It's Nemo Nation, broadcasting from the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from where trucking radio first began.
So police in Florida were called to an Orlando apartment complex to eject an unwelcome squatter from a hallway area. It was a 5 to 6 foot alligator. The Orlando Police Department said on social media that officers responded to an apartment complex on Lake Deborah Drive on Tuesday night. When they arrived, they discovered a 5 to 6 foot alligator in the hallway, police wrote. By the way, Dave, what do you call an alligator in a three-piece suit?
What do you call an alligator in a three-piece suit? I do not know.
An investigator. Yeah. The department shared a video of officers throwing a blanket over the gator's face and dragging it out of the hallway. Can you even imagine that scene, dude? I mean, it's like, okay, how do we actually go? I mean, the thing is, they know how to go about doing this. Do you follow me?
Yeah,
I mean, it's like, I mean, they know. It's like
that's got some baggage with it too.
So there was a podcast. There's a podcast that we've actually had on the show, a horror podcast called The Magnus Archives, and there is a police division at Scotland Yard in this fictional show called Section 31. And anytime anything weird happens, they send the people in from Section 31 because it's a form you have to fill out called a Section 31. And I'm wondering if over in Florida, in this particular neck of the woods over at Lake Deborah Drive on Tuesday night, if they had to send in, their alligator equivalent of Section 31. I guess the department shared a video of the officers tossing the blanket over the gator's face, dragging it down the hallway. It was then released back into Lake Man. And this is what the Post said, that no officers or the alligator were injured in the making of this news moment. So I added the last part, but I thought you might enjoy that. By the way, good morning to you, Dave Nemo. How are you?
Good morning, Jimmy Mack. Doing wonderful. Good morning, Phone Master Dre.
Hi, everybody.
In the flesh. How you doing, man?
Dude, I'm doing good. I'm a little tired, but hey, man, that's what it's like having kids.
I'll tell you this, brother. So this weekend, my brother Ryan, his wife brought over his two sons, Gustavo, who everybody knows, famous
him.
Gustavo. Dave actually ponied up some cash to sponsor the baseball team last year, and Henry. And Henry, of course, has special needs. A terrific kid. Dave knows him. He's a terrific kid. He's also a royal pain in the tuchus. No other way to describe it. And let me tell you something. My mom and dad, who, by the way, there's a great picture of them up on Facebook. Saw that you liked it and commented.
Yeah.
Great picture, huh?
Yeah.
My mom's like, she's like, you should just take photos of us all the time. I'm always happy. I'm like going, yeah, dude, because I don't ask you to pose. I said, just stare at Dad and think about him. So the two of them that looked at each other and stared at each other. Well, as they get older, and as you know, they're getting stronger, we talked about that too, that they're in better shape, like you, they're in better shape now than they were a couple of years ago. It's the absolute truth. You know what I'm talking about because you know them well. But keeping up with an 11-year-old boy with autism, man. And so my dad was like, hey, I know you were going to go down to the office. Would you mind sticking around a little bit? Let me tell you something, man. Spending an hour in the yard with a kid who has high-octane energy and limited communication skills. Remember I talked about the idea of enough pressure in your voice? It's like my brother has a theory that I look enough like him that Henry listens to me.
Okay.
He doesn't listen to anybody else.
Yeah.
Henry, come in here, eat your oatmeal. All he does is repeat the word oatmeal over and over again until he gets what he wants. You get the drill. How was your weekend?
Weekend was good. Yeah.
What'd you do?
I came back from, I spent a really fun time up in Nashville, of all places.
What were you doing up there?
And up with the folks at NASTIC. And David Owen and all of the folks up there, Kathleen, Patty from T.A. Petro and Castrol were there. Jim Edwards, who wrote a book, really good book, too.
He finally did it, didn't he?
He did, and I got an autographed copy. Ellen Voya was there with her book. And Lindsay Lawler was there, too.
Well, Lindsay Lawler was the point.
Yeah.
Lindsay Lawler was the point, and
she won the award.
Yeah, and we have some video of you actually giving a speech. She actually got it, and it was funny because when I got the video of you giving the speech, I went, it must have gone well. The moment I got the video of you talking, I said, this must have gone well, because there's no way Lindsay sends me that video to be like, oh, my God, because I can't stop it from happening. I'm too far away. So I heard the speech went incredibly well, and that Lindsay got honored along with Tony Justice. Ingrid Brown couldn't be there, but essentially as forward-facing ambassadors for the industry. And I heard David's remarks as well. Lindsay got that on video as well, too. Lovely tribute to her. Must have been just terrific.
And well-deserved.
Yeah, really well-deserved. I mean,
and I don't know if a lot of folks know that she and David Owen, the founder of, along with Buster Anderson, of course, back in the late 90s, or late 80s, but Lindsay and David wrote a song together, a couple songs.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know there were a couple of songs. I knew they wrote a song. I wasn't aware. I want to get that catalog.
Yeah.
I want to see what that's all about right there, because he's a big fan of that stuff, dude. He loves songwriters. He loves spending time with them. He likes all that stuff. He loves the action, loves mixing it up. Where'd y'all go to eat?
We went to a place called Hal's across the street from the hotel we were staying at. Well, the hotel was the convention center, and everybody was staying there. Because it's a bit of a smaller group than, say, like the ATA or something like that, or OOIDA. So everybody pretty much could be in the same hotel, which is pretty nice because everybody's there and you don't have to go anywhere else to find somebody and talk. And it was a good experience.
There are a number of organizations that kind of populate and percolate in the trucking industry. The best ones I find their own niche. You've complained about this before in the past, women in trucking, the real women of trucking, and I'm not picking on either organization. God bless them both. I hope they succeed. You know what I'm saying, though? It's not a duplicate organization. It's not OOIDA. Nor do they claim to be. They don't claim to be OOIDA.
Exactly.
They are there for small businesses. That's what they do. OOIDA represents owner-operators, which, by the way, many owner-operators, we have friends like Kevin, like Trucker Boson, who literally belong to both organizations and are proud to be members. And it's quite possible that you could do it. It's a really kind of
I want to mention Rick Gobble, too, though.
Yeah.
And we went to dinner Friday night and got a chance to sit next to Rick, so we had a good long talk. Hadn't seen each other in a long time,
I know you, and you talked to him enough to feel like you have seen him.
Yeah,
but you haven't seen him.
yeah.
You know what's really funny, and it's like, you've seen him enough, but every time I see him, I'm like, that is not what I expected. When I see him. And by the way, he looks great.
Yeah,
he's
he
a terrific
does.
looking
He
guy.
does.
I don't mean that, but it's like it's not what you expect.
Well, he
it's
moved
like Homer
down to
Hall.
Murfreesboro too, a few years ago. So he's down on I-24 now, fighting traffic. Unfortunately,
I mean, why would he make that decision? He knows better than that.
Yeah, he thought he was moving out in the country, which he was. Problem is that that country is between Nashville and Chattanooga on 24, and the traffic up there is unbelievable. I mean, that's all people talk about in Nashville anymore.
We got about 3 phone calls to get to, and we'll get to them in short order
talk
here.
About traffic jam.
Yeah, we got a little bit of time, guys. Hold on tight. We'll get you in a second. Let me kind of go through the, as we say, let me go through the bureaucracy of this show. I want you guys all to have a bull moose sort of attitude today. Dave will explain why in a second. But more importantly, lose your heart to iHeart. Have the audacity to listen at Odyssey. Yak it up on YouTube as our friends are doing over there. Plenty of great people over there chatting it up. Make some FaceTime on Facebook. Live your best life on Live 365. Be a free-floating radical at RadioNemo.com and ponder all the possibilities of it all afterwards on your favorite podcast platform, because this, my friends, is Nemo Nation. Forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bloviator ruler, Dr. Philostratus, and his inept minion, banana costume wearing Grease Charlton. May we also add that he's also got he's got an evil wizard that works for him. A little bit of soy sauce in there, because this is the greatest rapid fire live transpo show in the known universe, Nemo Nation. And you can be a part of the action, as 3 people already have, by mixing it up in the thick and joining the gang at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
And before we give a big shout out to our
call?
friends at Fastport, what do you say we jump over to the phone lines right now? Who's number 1?
Oh, let's start off with a little chowder, all right? Who needs eggs when you got chowder?
Chowder.
Good Monday morning, my wife's Tammy's double nickel birthday day to the Road Gang Live family, and to you, Dave, Tara, and everybody else listening across the universe.
Happy birthday, Tammy.
So, she's still sleeping. I had an exciting weekend up in Deadweird, so she's snoozing.
By the way,
I,
Terry Taylor says big, ridiculous thumbs up on your costumes. He thought they were amazing. He actually called me and he said, "Good God Almighty, your callers and listeners continue to surprise me. Awesome pictures, by the way."
Tell Dave your outfit
Well-
there, Chowder.
Yeah, I haven't seen.
All right, you're gonna have
pictures.
to tell them the picture. But Dave Chowder decided to do a little satire on Homeland Security. I bought a bag of ice, the one that says ice 7-pound bag.
Uh-huh.
On the back, I put Homeland Security. On the front, I had a badge, a big wig. I did my own makeup except for them dying eyelashes. I had to have my wife put them on. I had a sparkly SWAT hat, and I had bejangled handcuffs. And then I dressed my wife up as a green alien because she wouldn't go with any other. She went around, so I was Christy Nome, ICE Homeland Security with an illegal alien.
You know, I almost don't have to see that to see it. You know what I'm saying? That was a
I
good
can't hear
description.
Dave, but I bet he's laughing.
By the way, he said he can almost see it. Can you hear me, Chowder? How am I doing?
Oh, I can hear you.
All
I
right.
can hear you. You're good. You're 5x5.
By the way, Chowder, I got one for you. Take me home, Christy Nome.
Right.
I'm sorry.
That's good. I like that. But we thought we were going to get a lot of slack from people, and everybody laughed. And we must have got 100 pictures taken of us. It was pretty good. And they had a best original couples costume at Franklin. We won that, so we get a free night stay at the Franklin this year.
Very
Congratulations.
nice. Yeah, man.
Nicely done,
So,
man.
yeah.
It's really
Yep.
it's shaping up to be the best week ever.
Well, yeah, it was. And then I found a rucksack at the pawn shop for $50. It was pretty good. The best costume I saw up there, though. So you've seen those ones where, and I sent you the picture of the lady in the outhouse.
Oh yeah.
So the aliens that looks like they're carrying you around, she made one out of a cardboard box, and she would squat down and it would sit flush on the ground. Then she would push the door open and scare people, and it looked like she was sitting on the throne. She won best individual.
I love best individual.
Yeah,
I know what he means.
it's a-
Best individual costume.
No, I know what he means too, and I'm thinking,
Yeah.
you'd have to be an individual for that particular one.
Right, and then there was a full set of the Muppets. Well, minus the hecklers, but there was Kermit, Piggy, all of them. They did really well. A lot of Wizard of Oz was up there. A lot of Wizard of Oz.
Oh,
That was pretty good, but it was a good time. We didn't get too much trouble. Won a couple $100 in the slot machines, and just had a good all around time. So that was about all I was calling in for this morning.
Off
Get
to
a
see
little update. Glad to.
Off to see the lizard, the wonderful lizard of Nome. Terrific, man.
That's
Terrific.
right. That's right. It was good. So you guys all have a good morning. Love you guys. Have a good show.
Thank you so much.
Chowder.
What a great phone call. We got time for
Yeah.
one more before we hit this break. Who we got in the queue, Dre?
Oh, man, let's talk to Tony in Arkansas.
Tony's
he is
calling.
celebrating something.
Go ahead, Tony. Tell us what the big celebration is.
I don't know if I'm celebrating so much as not. I just finally managed to stay around for 24 years, and they finally decided I actually had 3 million miles the other day. Of course, I got humbled a couple of days after that because I've been on a little specialized thing hauling boats for Prime out of Missouri, and I got back to the yard in Lebanon, and they ran into Don Smith and John Valentine, which have 4 and 5 million miles, and we realized between us we had 5 contractors of the year, about 20 contractors of the month, and 12 million miles.
12 big ones.
Wow.
12 big ones. Congratulations, Tony. That is outstanding.
Yeah,
Yes.
when you finally get your 3 and then realize you got 4s and 5s, and you're going, do I really want to be around for 5?
How did I get here?
Looking at John going, I want to be retired when I hit 5. What do you mean we're still doing this?
Oh, my God. Here's the thing, though. You say
Started
that.
younger than I did.
You say that, and you're going to blink and turn around. You're going to be at 4. You watch. You watch.
Oh, well, 3 happened that way, too. Actually, my 2 million was back when I was still homeschooling my youngest, and he managed to get my desserts and a few other people's desserts when we went to the 2 million plus mile dinner that year, and I kind of shook my head and was telling dispatch even then I don't think I wanted to stay around for 3, and I guess I did. And my dispatcher keeps threatening to retire on me in the next year, so it's kind of one of those,
How long has your dispatcher been with you?
3 months less than I have.
Good God Almighty, man, that's a
He's been
team.
at he'll have 24 years at the company, and he's technically my third dispatcher. I had another one retire on me about 15 years ago, so I ended up Bill.
With that many miles, did they retire or did you just wear them out?
That was kind of my attitude, yeah.
Tony, what do you?
Good morning, Nemo.
Good morning.
Yes, you do. I haven't been trying to call in lately. They put this camera in the truck, so I feel I got to be stopped so everybody can hear me properly, you know?
Oh, yeah. You know, that was a big topic of discussion at the NASTIC conference this past weekend up there, too. Cameras. Yeah.
Well, to some extent, I'm thankful they were in there, but to some extent, it's kind of like I was one of those rebels that was doing the over my dead body.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, when you get to 3 million miles, and I keep thinking about a couple of other people, Herschel comes to mind, where the thing is, though, when people like you actually get the cameras on them, you know, there's a philosophical thing, and I'm kind of there with you guys. But I got to tell you, it turns out that you guys drive so well, all those cameras do is prove how good you are at what you do. I mean, that's...
this one keeps telling me I'm not wearing my seatbelt when I'm scratching my left shoulder.
I'm thinking, you know, when I started my trucking radio career, one of the things that I learned real quick was that the over-the-road truck driver, invented the boom box because everybody was slip-seating, and it was a big deal, I mean, you know, to get your own truck. And I've just wondered, I had a horrific thought. What if you signed on with a company and they had an inward-facing camera, and then after a while, if you passed enough tests, so to speak, then they would allow you to turn that camera off, and it would be like a rite of passage. You know, I mean, that's horrible, isn't it? But that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it might be interesting, by the way, to kind of think about that, Tony. The idea is that maybe there's a way that you can, like, prove you don't need the camera. But at the end of the day, what they're really doing, Dave, and I think Tony will back me up here, is they want data from Tony because they want to see what works. That's a big thing right there. I know that when they put cameras on, it's not just about capturing the bad behavior. It's about saying, hey, man, how did Tony get 3 million miles? We need data on that. That's what it kind of comes down to sometimes as well.
Because he didn't have a camera for the bad evidence. Oh, no.
Tony, we got to do the national anthem, the pledge, and all that groovy stuff. By the way, just to let you...
gentlemen, have a good day. It was nice talking to Dave again. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Tony.
By the way, Dave, just to let people know, Jerry says congratulations. Trucker Boson says congratulations. Way to go. A lot of people out there just saying some good stuff in your direction. Well done, Tony. Please keep calling. Please keep listening. We'll take a deep breath here. Dave, join Dre and I in our deep breath before we actually get to the pledge, the national anthem, and a bracing cup of coffee from Pastor John. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the
wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, it is Monday. Hey, I want to share something with you found in 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verses 9 through 10. And it says, "But he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." He says, "Therefore I will boast all the more gladly of my weakness, so that the power of Christ may rest upon me. For the sake of Christ, then I am content," watch this, "with weakness, insults, hardships, persecution, and calamities. For when I am weak, then I am strong." Sound like Paul is experiencing life. Seem like Paul is going through something in life. And it's no different than you and I. But Paul made a biblical and a spiritual stance. He said, whatever I'm going through, listen to what he says. He said, your grace is sufficient. He said, whatever is hurting me, your grace is sufficient. So my brothers and sisters, let this Monday be a day of grace for sufficiency. God bless you, brothers and sisters.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Watch this and hit the grace with a like. Hit the like.
With the grace, hit the grace with the like, hit the like with the grace, hit the grace with the like. If you hit that like button, man, Dave's just like utterly, completely confused. I got veins in my neck. Actually, give me a hit that like every time I do it. I got veins in my neck.
Hit the like.
Veins in my neck.
Hit the like.
Veins in my neck.
You know what to do.
Veins in my neck.
Hit the like.
Yep, hit the like. Hit the like. I want everybody out there to hit that like button. Hit that like button. Oh, like it. By the way, all of this has been broadcast and recorded at the Fastport Studio at the historic Edgar Degas House, only moments away from the birthplace of trucking radio. Where is the birthplace of trucking radio, Dave?
The birthplace of trucking radio is at 1024 North Rampart Street.
And that studio is what?
A restaurant now.
No. But what is the? Give me the name.
Oh, that would have been the WWL studio.
WWL 870 in the city of New Orleans. By the way, this is the Fastport studio. Dave, the masks are arriving. The microphone boxes.
Oh,
the microphone
nice.
covers are
Yeah,
coming. Fastport.
PTSD when you say mask, man.
Yeah, mask man. Thank you, mask man.
The flags.
Yeah, the flags.
Flags,
The flags,
yeah.
yeah.
Mike flags.
Fastport is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges, and they're doing it through research, technology, and most of all, people. Our good friend BB the King, Brad Bentley, and Martin Garcia will be arriving here in short notice to join us on a cram-packed Nemo Nation. You can find out more about our friends at Fastport by going to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. O-R-G. I got veins in my neck. Veins in my neck.
Hit the like.
Veins in my neck.
You heard
Veins in my neck. You know who has veins in the neck?
Ooh.
Those guys who actually hauled that alligator out of that building. You know those guys have veins in their neck.
They should have called the land shark. He could have taken care of him.
Exactly, man.
Excuse me. Who is it? Candy Graham.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's that land shark. No, it's not. Candy Graham. Land shark. Hey, 50 years of land shark, man.
50 years of land
50
shark.
land.
Yeah.
Jaws is 50 years old. And land
That's
shark.
right.
Land
That's
shark.
right.
Yeah. 50
Yeah.
years of land shark, man. 50 years. Just saying. Not saying. You know what time it is, Dave?
It is 24 minutes past the top of the hour.
It's showtime.
Oh,
It's also that time, yeah.
Showtime, yes.
Good morning,
indeed.
showtime.
Morning, gentlemen. How we
I
doing?
love this show.
Fantastic. Ask me later.
What's going on?
Yeah. Hey, just a quick question for you guys just to ponder over the week.
All right.
So you don't need an answer right now, but just think about it. Now, about this last night. You have these cities and these states who want to sue gun manufacturers now because criminals use guns to commit crimes. So can we sue these states and these companies who are hiring these illegal drivers?
Yeah, actually, you can. You can, and I will give you Kathy Hochul's, Gavin Newsom, Greg Abbott and Rick DeSantis' number, man, and they got money. All four of them got money. Go get them. I'm with you. Let's get them.
But can we sue Amazon for hiring all these contractors?
I would like a piece of some of that Amazon money if you go get them, man.
Today is the birthday of Theodore Roosevelt Jr.
There's a segue here, by the way, but tell him, Dave.
He was born on this date, October 27, in 1858, and I have some quotations from Theodore Roosevelt because he's one of my top three, you know.
Same.
Yeah, listen to the relevancy
And
of this quote.
some of these quotations are very relevant to today, so listen to this. No man is above the law, and no man is below it. Nor do we ask any man's permission when we ask him to obey it. Period. End of story.
Number one. Number two, give him the immigration quote.
The immigration quote. Every immigrant who comes here should be required within 5 years to learn English or leave the country.
TR's birthday showtime.
Theodore
Relevant
Roosevelt.
today. Relevant today. Absolutely. Sue them. I'm with you, dude. I got to ponder. I say sue them. I say sue them all. But you can sue them on the Interstate Commerce Act and say you've made unsafe roads.
Yeah.
Well,
and there, I saw a video the other day of a driver who was stopped out in California. They're doing an inspection, and he was talking to the inspector, and he goes, you know, do you guys check for English proficiency out here? And he goes, we're not allowed to.
oh man, that's giving me veins in my neck, dude. I'm not being funny. That's got me a little PO, dude. That's got me a little PO. They got to check that stuff, man. You got to do it. You got to do it. You got to get down with it. It's got to be.
But when you're told from your leaders to not do it,
You know,
yeah,
I gave, and I won't have time to do it right now, and maybe later on I will. But I did a little talk, just a very short talk, at the NASTIC conference honoring Lindsay's Transportation Ambassador of the Year award. And I mentioned the fact that nothing has really changed in terms of the ELP. And I said, when I first saw the letters ELP, I didn't know what it meant. I thought it was electronic logging protocol, you know, electronic logging protocol. And I realized, I found out, I looked it up, and it said English language proficiency. And said, oh, well, duh, right? So when was the ELP law and rule and regulation put into effect? It was in the summer of 1937. And it has basically been ignored. Well, not ignored, but basically just put aside. And now it's like this whole new thing that we're bringing up against all of these poor folks who can't speak English. No, that is not the case. And I'm getting sick of that.
Hit the music, Dre. We're going to take a break. Showtime, thank you, brother. We will ponder the possibilities. Thank you, sir.
Have a good day. Have a good week. Have a good week, guys.
Thank you, sir. Always good to hear from, well, playtime, showtime, our time, your time. Hey, it's Nemo time. It's Nemo Nation, the fastest moving transpo show in the known universe.
I always start something that I can't. 17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Put that blinker on and head into the lane of laughter with those highway hilarities, Mac and Cheese.
Hey, Mac.
It's my old friend Cheese.
I was so happy to hear that Humpty Dumpty had such a whopping sucker of a fall.
Why were you so happy about that?
Because he'd had such a terrible summer.
I saw him driving around in his automobile.
So up your sides and tune in next time for the adventures of Mac and Cheese.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
Dave, you got your phone on you?
I do indeed.
Okay, so I'm going to acknowledge the fact that it's World Audiovisual Heritage Day by acknowledging what General Manager Nick DeMeo, Programming Director Claire Marie, and Associate Producer Tara Garris have achieved on the Radio Nemo platform. So I'm just going to pull up one example. You are a big fan of Maintenance Matters, the TA
I
Petro.
am a big fan of Maintenance Matters, yes.
And of Kevin Lindsay as well, right?
Yeah.
By the way, I know you are a regular listener because I often get text messages you at the halfway point saying this is really interesting stuff. Our numbers, by the way, Dre can tell you, always go up during that segment, and they tend to peak out right at that point. Maybe you missed Tuesday's show. Maybe tomorrow you'll be busy and you have something else to do. Not that you do often, but maybe you do, okay? And you know that you could go back to YouTube if you wanted to and kind of, or go to the replay of the show on all those streaming platforms, right? And just kind of, click your way through to find Maintenance Matters where it falls, correct?
Yes.
Here's something that you might not know, that many of our listeners might not know, that is really cool and kind of explains what these folks over there in Nemo Nation have actually accomplished for us. What is your favorite streaming platform to listen to podcast and music and all that kind of stuff on?
I'll tell you what, I like Spotify.
You're a Spotify
Yes,
guy? Okay.
I really do.
So I want you to do me a favor. You got your phone out?
I got it in my hand.
Okay. I want you to take out your phone and I want you to go to the search, the search section of Spotify, and I want you to type in Maintenance Matters. Just type that in. Okay. What came up?
Maintenance Matters. What came up was Maintenance Matters.
Oh, Radio Nemo podcast, right?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, you can breathe a little life into this. What's there? Tell me what you're seeing.
Yeah, I'm seeing every Maintenance Matters segment that we've done from June 6th when we started this whole escapade.
Yeah, so
every one of them is there.
So there has been one a week since June, and every single one of them is locked and loaded over there.
Yes.
Now, if you notice at the top, it has a like button. You can hit that like button. Here's the real key, though. Hit the notification button. You doing that for me?
The little bell.
Okay, so you hit the bell.
Yes.
All right. That means if you ever miss a Maintenance Matters, or if you miss a couple of them and you want to catch up, because Kevin's content is evergreen. It's not like dated. It's all about taking care of your truck. Now, sometimes, things change. Castrol Oil will come in and talk about what has changed, or Kevin will talk about new stuff in the market. But there it is, right? There it is in all of its glory. You now can listen to Maintenance Matters anytime you want, anywhere you want, and even better, when it comes out and hits that platform, Spotify, you can listen to it, right?
Yes. That is awesome.
I would tell you to type in Maintenance Matters and Radio Nemo on Google. You will get it where it is available on every single platform. You will get the Apple Podcast platform. You will get the Pandora platform. You will get the YouTube platform. You will get RadioNemo.com. Every place that we stream, which is, I've been told by Nick, almost 30 of them.
And when you gave the compliments to Nick and Tara and Claire Marie, I don't know if anybody could even, and I can hardly understand what has happened over the last, how many months?
4 months.
4 months.
4 months.
We did in 4 months. Well, we were given 6 weeks to put this together.
Well, still hadn't fulfilled our contract obligations to Sirius XM. I mean, let me be really honest about it. Had we not, they'd have made us pay for it.
Oh, yeah.
They'd have come after us.
Oh, yeah.
We had to fulfill all of the stuff we were doing on that platform while at the same time, making payroll, doing all the stuff we did. They built this thing in less than 3 months.
So we had 6 weeks to start And the start, and that should normally be at least 6 months to start, okay? So we started within 6 weeks, and we got up. We had some bumps and grinds and failures. I mean, it was a rough road to go to get this
Hot
thing rolling,
mics.
but it's rolling now.
Some hot mics, yeah.
But in 4 months now, we have populated all of these platforms, all of these streaming platforms with our segmented shows like Maintenance Matters and Atri on the Air, Highway to Health,
Last Empty Places, Western of the Month. There are 35 episodes of Lindsay Lawler's country and Western music news.
Yes.
And they have their own page, their own platform.
So we've gone from concept to reality.
To reality. And there it is.
In record time with a minimal amount of people.
Minimal amount of people. I mean, we've done this. I mean, and so basically on this World Audiovisual Heritage Day, a day that celebrates people who actually do the work behind the scenes for the audiovisual, I want to give a shout out to your daughter, Nick, and Touchdown Turtle herself.
Yes.
All of them put this stuff together. It is a remarkable accomplishment. For instance, on the chat right now, Dean Croak, the Grumpy Pete, is there. Any Dean Croak segment you want to hear, it's called Dat Guy. D-A-T Guy. You can find it on every streaming platform, full stop. And by the way, we're only getting started. It's bare bones right now. We don't have the imaging for it. We don't have logos. We're going to work with our sponsors and our partners and the host of those things to figure out how we want it to look. And we're building a whole world over here. You could literally say, I like these 4 segments. Put together notifications, put together a playlist, and listen to all the stuff you like, even when you miss us live. Radio Nemo of North America exists not only now, it exists forever.
Yes.
Let that land. I'm going to turn to my good friend Dre here. You got a little transitional music for me that we can play here?
Oh, something like that, my friend.
We can do a little something here and bring our good friend the Turtle in now. Hey guys, welcome to Breaker Back Talk. Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Dre, and of course, without further ado or a don't, our good friend Touchdown Turtle. How are you this morning?
Good morning. Wow, that was awesome. I mean, I didn't even know what that day existed. I didn't even know it existed. So I'm happy it does, because that was a great way to explain what we've done, and I'm excited that we've made it this far. We really had to look at everything. You guys talk about that 30,000, 20,000 foot view, and that's what we had to do. We had to look at it from that view and dissect it, take it apart, and see how it could fit into a different mold. And that mold is way prettier than the mold that we sat in before, and I'm very happy to be here.
You should be very proud of your work. Okay, speaking of work going on in the back end, I have to ask a question. How is the work going on in the back end of those 10 acres?
Well, guys, the concrete slab got poured on Friday, so we had a great weekend just staring at that, and framing should start soon. All of our materials get delivered on Halloween this Friday, so very exciting stuff. Thank you for asking.
And by the way, this is really kind of a great thing too. I want to point out to folks, would you do me a favor and remind people that as much as we like people listening on all platforms, if they in fact are listening on YouTube or on Facebook, how important hitting that like button is?
Oh, very important. That pushes us to a wider audience, and we love you guys. You guys are the OGs. You guys are the ones who built the foundation to this platform. But yeah, I think hitting that like button definitely pushes us to a broader audience, and we would love to find those new people, find new friends and camaraderie in the YouTube chat and the Facebook chat. So yeah, hit that thumbs up button. Make sure you are subscribed to the channel. But yeah, we're excited about all of these things.
And just really quickly, I know you listened to the first part of the show. Tony, who got his 3 million miles, wrote us again on the chat saying, thanks again, Nemo and crew. 3 million was just not quitting for greener pastures since I've always paid the bills and thrived. And that's the word from Tony. Congratulations again, Tony, from everybody over here. It's a remarkable accomplishment. And to be able to share time with a combined total of 12 million miles with your friends, even better. So Tara, without further ado or a don't, go on.
Thank you. I actually had Tony's message for today. So, wow, congratulations. I know that you guys get some of those emails too, but just wanted to make sure that we hit that. Yeah, reaching 3 million miles, 24-year market prime. So, once again, congratulations. And we talked about that 2 weeks ago, I think it was. That's roughly the equivalent of driving East Coast to West Coast about 1,070 times. So, that is incredible. And thank you for messaging us and being a loyal listener to Radio Nemo and all of its programs.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you so much. Okay, now what are people saying? What are people smoking? What are people getting themselves in trouble for?
What are they smoking? Well, they're smoking a lot of Project 61 challenge things right now. You've sparked quite a bit of conversation, Dave, over on Facebook when you cut that reel promoting the 61-day challenge. So first, just for anyone who didn't see that reel, Dave, do you want to tell folks just the real quick pitch and when it's beginning, what that challenge looks like?
Yes, the Project 61 challenge, the first thing I want to say is just go to the website first off and you'll find everything there. So it's Project-61. Project-61.org. When you get there, read about the situation, about what the 61 means, and then get the app. And you go to the App Store to get your app. The app is not called Project 61, but the link is right there on the website, so you can't miss it for Android or Apple. And then download it and get ready to roll on November 1st, this coming Saturday. The 61-day challenge begins. I'll continue to make some reels along through the way, and we're in.
Be a saint, by the way, guys, because it's All Saints Day when the challenge begins. So be a saint and start that walk for life. Get in for the big win. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's a day of the dead, but make sure it's a day for the living as well, too.
Mm-hmm.
Got to get moving. Got to get grooving. Go on.
For sure. 100%. Yeah. I mean, you did say what the 61 number means in the video. So if you guys want to go see that, go check it out. It's on all of our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram. But someone said, Daniel T said, I'm 71 and still driving. So impressive. But Steve S said, yikes, I'm 61. Yikes is kind of right, you know, you better watch your back, Steve. Like, kind of joking, but kind of not, you know? Like, yikes, you're right there. But Ricky B said, made it to 68 before heart surgery. So that's great, Ricky, and we hope you are well. And then Watt H said, that is a shocking statistic, and that it is. But I guess, you know, those small changes, adding those steps can be that smallest start to a big change. So, you know, we want to get you guys involved. So like Dave said, go to project-61.org. Gregory P said, man, I'm 61 and a truck driver. That's not great news for guys like me. So like people are, I think that, you know, they're kind of making a joke of the whole 61 number, but I think it's a great thing because it really is bringing that number, you know, right in the front and, you know, keeping people aware. But yeah, we've got a couple of 61-year-olds that are dropping in the chat and they're like, oh, gosh, not me. And then Gina Jones dropped in and said, looking forward to the step challenge for Project 61. Someone else said, I'm 65 and going strong. Well, going anyways. That's Tony from Pennsylvania. And then Eric T dropped in. There was 2 people that dropped in. I think this reel kind of reached a different audience that wasn't even our followers, because 2 people said, I remember listening to him on AM radio years ago. Good to be back. And then Doug C said, I grew up listening to that voice on 87 WWL.
Oh,
so,
wow, yeah.
Yeah, lots of people dropping in for this one.
Yeah, back in the day, you know, it was Radio 87, you know, because 870 was too formal, you know, and then they kind of just knocked it down to that. And then they got back to the formality of it all, yeah.
Trucker Boaston says he's got 5 years to go. Brother, I'll race you to the finish line. We both got pretty much 5 years to go. I'm not behind the wheel of a truck, but 61 now seems chilling. You know what I'm saying? It's like those inner city kids on the 18th birthday. That terrible one. Hoop Dreams in that documentary. Those kids celebrating their 18th birthday, and the documentary filmmakers couldn't figure out why the celebrations were so huge. And then one of the ladies pulls them inside and said, both boys made it to 18. And they're getting out. They're going to college now, and they're getting out of here.
And what about the children of the corn? How old are they now?
They're actually the children of the cornflakes. Have you seen that Dan Aykroyd one? Children of the cornflakes.
No, I haven't seen that. That's too funny.
Which, by the way, they would probably make now. They probably have it as a Halloween edition box.
Yeah,
Children of the
yeah.
Cornflakes
Probably.
would be kind of terrific.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go. Oh, by the way,
No.
our good friend Jerry Bauer says he's 2 years away from the big 6-1.
Oof. We're gonna make this a joke in a good way. It's a scary number, but we gotta get that number to the front stage, and get it out there. So yeah, guys, don't, it's scary, that 61 number, but we can make it less scary by getting those steps for sure.
Indeed. And we are.
Get moving, get grooving, and let's tell you what. Let's get past that 6-1, shall we? All right, Tara, we're going to shift gears again. Go on.
Well, next up, Daniel R. commented on the latest Miles Back segment with ATHS and said, "You get to make connections with people all over the world, friends I met over the forums, over the pages. I later got to meet them in Fairbanks, Alaska, Melbourne, Australia, and various national conventions. So my record so far is attending 32 national conventions in the 40 years that I've been an ATHS member. So it's incredible to see just how strong and far-reaching that the trucking community is when you do get involved. But
Well, we've been actually proud, by the way, to call ourselves a longtime partner of the ATHS. And it's funny too because other people, who used to be here on this platform have kind of tried to kind of pull them into their orbit. But we've been so thrilled about how they've stayed with us and been real contributors here. And Miles Back will once again happen today, special edition.
Yeah.
Tom is going to be joining us at the
Tom
end of the
Mullen.
show. Join us at the end of the show to talk about the new inductees into the Hall of Fame, and we're really excited about that. And the kind of person who actually goes to, that's like 3.5 as well too. The idea of going to all of those conferences, all of those meetings is just something to really kind of accomplish. Yeah, it's a really groovy organization. We can't wait to get them back on today. All right,
yeah,
go
you
on.
can also search Miles Back on your podcast platforms as well and see all of those interviews, as well as on the YouTube channel. Of course, it's always there, but on podcasting platforms as well. And Dave, I think we need to get to the next ATHS convention with all the trucks. We need to bring back the reels, the semi-short stories. I
Oh, that
love
was so much
those.
fun. Yeah, I had a blast
Seriously.
doing those. So we'll certainly do that. Couldn't do everything all at once this year just because of the timeline that we
The
explained
switch.
a little bit earlier, but reality is kicking in.
Yeah, and by the way,
Yeah.
that's in June, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, they reached out to me after we kind of, we figured out what happened, what went wrong with me not getting a chance to get up there and MC that show. It actually worked out well because it was a happy accident because it's what allowed you to go to NASTIC, because there's no
Yeah.
way, if I'd have had to go up there, it would have been a lot of moving pieces and a Comrex and a whole bunch of other stuff. But, we said we couldn't make it. It's the first time we haven't made it since they started the ceremony with Dave's induction. But we get a chance to catch up today with our friends, and we're really kind of excited about that. Have you been to one of those yet? I know, like I said, I've been to all of them. Have you been to one of those yet, Tara?
The actual induction ceremony?
Yeah.
No, I have not.
Oh, they're so much fun. They have wood. The wall that everything goes on is wood paneling, but it's deliberate wood paneling. It isn't just like the quality of the building.
Well-
It's meant to look like that. It's meant to have this wood paneling with all the plaques up there.
Kind of embarrassing of me, actually, but Dave, we went to a dinner that night, but that wasn't an induction ceremony, right? When we were in
No,
New York?
no.
Okay,
That's different.
so
You went to the
no.
conference. The
The answer is no.
The induction ceremony always happens around this time of year, and it's actually only at their institution. It isn't a truck show. It's
Okay, I gotcha.
It's a fancy pants formal kind of thing, and it's really kind of groovy. A lot of great people show up, make sure that everybody is represented. Family members, the history of trucking kind of arrives there on more of a formal sort of occasion than the kind of fun and games that you'll see over at the truck show.
Yeah, I enjoyed that truck show a lot. I learned a lot there. And I think, Dave, we had been on maybe one other trip, just the two of us, but it was fun. We got a rental car, we drove to York, Pennsylvania, and it was a really fun truck show, and getting to shoot all the semi-short stories and just hear you just rattle off random facts and stories about any truck I put you in front of was just, it was just like, seriously, I'd be like, hey, this one's cute, this one's pretty. And you're like, oh yeah, I got a story, put on the camera. And I would just shoot them. Like, there was no script. That was so just like candid information that you were just throwing at me. It was beautiful. So would love to do that again for sure. It was so
We
much
shall
fun.
indeed.
We shall.
Well, go on. Well, we got a message in our contact form on our website. And if you want to get in touch with us, head over to radionemo.com, click contact us, and then you can click whichever person you would like to submit one to and submit a submission to the contact form. But this one says, hello, there is a really good new song out that all truckers will want to hear. The artist, Steve Mac McCullough of Nashville, is a new artist. His first single is Left Hand Lane. I was wondering if Dave wouldn't mind featuring it on Nemo's Night Beat. I think truckers would really enjoy it.
I'm writing it down right now. Yes, indeed.
And
Left Hand Lane.
Okay.
And by the way, as we get the new email set up to make requests for Dave, I want to let Joe J know, who I think is on the chat already. If you have requests, I know you tried to send a couple through over to the email, but if you have requests, you can write them in right now. Dave actually is doing another edition of Night Beat today. Let me set this up, by the way. It's really cool because we're actually going to push back the recording of Night Beat, Tara, until noon. They usually start around 11:15 after this show starts. Dave does the recording, kind of gets it going. Dre cuts all the music, and they kind of put the whole thing together then. We're actually going to hold off for about 50 minutes before we start recording because, as you know, Dave was in Nashville last week for the NASTIC conference and did a podcast with Lindsay Lawler and David Owen and a whole bunch of great folks. We are going to be playing that podcast immediately after Nemo Nation at 11 o'clock in the morning. So we will have an intro. And Dre, I think what we'll do probably is I'll come on, introduce it, and then turn it over to you, and then we can go from there. That way we can get any version of Nemo Nation we want to kind of start it off. 50 minutes, and then tomorrow we will have the second part broadcast after Road Gang Radio. So that should take care of business as well. And just a quick
I am excited. I knew that was going to happen, but I didn't know when. So I'm very excited to listen to that today.
And this is really cool too, Tara. You're going to love this because I heard some of it this morning as Dre was putting it together and Dave put it together over the weekend. Dave, tell them what this Night Beat is going to be.
Well, I don't think there will be much of a surprise to say that it's going to be based around Halloween. So I've got a lot of great music and maybe some interesting facts, too, that you might not be aware of.
Good evening. I am Count Vlad. I am Count Vlad Tolenkov, and this is my ninth world. He's Remo Davis with Pitch Black Vinyl. No, it really is. It's a lot of fun. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, Dave. A lot of the songs you picked were literally on the Coven's playlist that they never got a chance to play that night at the show here at the Degas House. Yeah, it's a lot of Love Is Kind of Crazy with a Spooky Little Girl Like You, which by the way is one of Dre's favorite songs. He got a chance to cut that, which is really cool. Any other songs you want to preview? Tell people they're coming up.
No.
Oh, come on,
Let
man.
me just put it to
you have to
this
talk.
way.
You're on a radio talk show.
Gatekeeper.
Well,
Silo.
we bounce around a lot. So we bounce around from the 50s up through the 80s in the music, and it's all kinds of music, so it's not just one genre. And there's some good stories to go with all of those songs. So
Do you know what I would have picked as a kind of an untraditional one? I don't think you probably picked this. It's a novelty song. Beep, beep. Beep, beep.
Well,
His horn went beep, beep, beep.
Not for this one, but that has been featured on.
Oh, I know it has.
Yeah.
I know it has. I always think about more of the, I'm always more of a Twilight Zone-y kind of guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know that song, Tara? Beep, beep?
No. I think of like the Muppets, like the.
Oh, you think of
what is-
Beaker?
I don't even know.
You think of Beaker?
Yeah.
Beaker?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
No, it's there's a song about a guy in a car who's getting pursued by a car that keeps getting closer. Goes beep 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 beep. His horn went beep beep beep, and it's just a back and forth of them kind of going back and forth and doing that thing. I'm sorry, I got in the weeds. Go on.
Well, we have one last one. This one came in on the YouTube channel from user Trucker React. They actually have a reaction channel on YouTube, which is really fun with trucking. So it says, Dave Nemo has been part of my life for a very long time. I would listen to him before I started trucking when Dave was in New Orleans. I met Dave at GATS in Dallas years ago, and I still regret not getting an interview on camera for my YouTube channel with him. Keep it going, Dave. I'll now be listening here on YouTube.
Oh, wow, that's awesome.
And you can get an interview on his YouTube channel if he wants it.
Sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm like, I should comment back, be like, hey, you still
we
down?
can do that.
If you're
It'd be fun.
interested, if he's interested,
Or even not even an interview, maybe just Dave reacting to things if that's what they're still doing on their channel. That would be fun too.
I mean, that's Dave reacting to stuff. I think that's a great YouTube channel, just to put stuff in front of Dave and have
I know,
him react
Dave
to stuff.
reacts. I really want that. Like seriously.
Did you ever
reacting to live performances, reacting to trucking
reactionary.
fails.
Did you actually ever watch the video I sent you for Bridge Over Troubled Water?
I think you send me a lot of things. I'll be so real, but I think so.
It was, Dave, they have people reacting to songs the first time they hear it, but there are also people who take all of the reactions and then put the whole song together. So you watch like 20 or 30 people under 30 for the most part.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. There is, and I'm telling everybody to do this, there is a great compilation reaction video to The Devil Went Down to Georgia.
Oh.
And when I tell you the African Americans in that, Trey, when Charlie says, the devil went down to Georgia and he was looking for a soul to steal and he was in a bind because he was way behind and he was willing to make a deal, every single one of the African Americans in it goes, that boy's spitting. That boy is spitting. That boy is, as one guy goes, that man raps better than 90% of the people who call themselves rappers today. And by the time the song is over, people are screaming at the video going, kick his ass, Johnny, kick his ass. It is.
I love that.
I will post it today, as a matter of fact. It is.
Do it.
It will fill people with such joy watching all of these people, Eastern Europeans, inner city people reacting to Charlie Daniels. I mean, and Dave, it's like the best version of it because it's live and the crowd knows it. It is just taken off as a hit. He brings down the house, man. And he's got that terrible stage fright. I don't know if you know that about Charlie Daniels. So he keeps his hat brim all the way down so you can't see his face.
Right.
But by the way, the piano player in it, Tara, broke his hand. So the guy is literally playing piano with one hand. And the video starts off with people reacting to Charlie rapping and then people reacting to the one-handed piano player. Then they show the song in its full. And it's really great.
Wow.
Took you to the weeds, by the way. Took you to the weeds.
Always. I love it, though.
We're out of time, and Nemo Nation is about to begin with its rapid pace segments.
Oof.
Anything left before we get you out of here?
That's it for me today, guys. But enjoy the rest of the show and be safe out there, guys.
Thank you so much, Tara. And by the way, Beep Beep was about a guy who was being chased by a little Nash Rambler, and Marshall picked up on that. And all he wanted to know was how to get that car out of second gear.
Hey, buddy, how can I get this car out of second gear? Beep, beep. Thank you, Tara. Go have the best of days.
Thanks,
you
Tara,
too, guys. Have a good
for
one.
everything. And congratulations.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that.
On that great slab and on a remarkable slab of platforming.
We have a reason to celebrate this date every year.
We do now.
We do now.
We do now. This is an amazing date, by the way, guys. We are set up. Nemo Nation, Radio Nemo, We Should Write, and the whole enchilada is ready to go.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's Monday, 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 Monday.
Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help Reese Across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. RadioNemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Reese Across America, and your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Reese Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Reese Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Wreaths Challenge at wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fastport Studios half hour.
Dave, it is really good to see you. Coming up in the next hour, over the course of this wonderful hour, Kathy Fulton, Aubrey Oden, Mike King, Jamie Jones, and then we will start the next hour after that with Joe Lynch. But before we get to any of that, without further ado, or don't, as we like to say over here, or I just started saying this morning, we just kind of make this up as it goes along. What do you say we bring our first guest in, Phone Master Dre? Hey, by the way, Matthew Brumbelow is a principal research engineer at the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety. His research focuses on how vehicle safety systems performance in laboratory test conditions relates to real-world crash outcomes. His findings have contributed to the development of several key IIHS safety tests, including, and we'll get to this, the headlight rating program. Good morning to you, by the way. And where can we go in regards to your social media? Where can people check you guys out?
That's a great question. So IHS.org has links to all of our social media at the bottom of that website.
So if we head on over to your key website, IIHS.org, will then hook us up to every place we need to know where you need to be, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. I turn this over now to Dave Nemo.
Matt, good morning and welcome to the show.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
We have a little time and a lot of stuff to talk about, but headlight glare has always, that's one of those things that's blamed for a lot of stuff, but evidently not so bad. And you've done some research now and put together some studies to talk about exactly where headlight glare fits into the overall nighttime picture.
That's right. So glare is something anyone who drives at night is well, familiar with, too familiar with. It's something that annoys all of us regularly. But what we wanted to see with this study is how often is it actually cited in a crash occurrence. And so to do that, I looked at about 6 million different crashes at night in 11 different states where that's one of the codes that the police officers can put on the crash report. And when you put all those things together, it turns out that about 1 or 2 out of every 1,000 crashes at night has glare cited as a contributing factor.
As a follow-up question to that, and to kind of get it off the table, when they talk about the idea of glare having a contributing factor, how many of those do you think where it was the principal contributing factor? Because that's the other thing, too. There's only 1 out of every 1,000 glare becomes part of the equation. Was there ever a case in anything you looked at where there were evidences of without glare, this never happens?
Yeah, that's unfortunately not something you can really get into with this kind of data. So we're looking at crash report forms where essentially, boxes can be checked or not checked. So it would be hard to get into that. And the states vary widely. So there's some states where, there's a specific code just for glare, and then there's others where there's a whole bunch of codes for any contributing factor, and the officer might check several of those.
So glare. So I kind of want to circle back. If only 11 states have an actual code for glare, after getting the results from this study, do you think they would have any impetus to put it in? Because is glare kind of going to get put on the sidelines now, you think?
Yeah, that's the question I guess each state would have to decide. I know, there's a lot of pressure on officers at the scene of a crash to, do so many different things. And if they would decide it's worth adding, another box for something like this. I will say that based on our research, there are clear results from a previous study that we did that poor visibility is a much bigger problem. So in other words, the headlights of your own vehicle aren't shining far enough down the road. And so I guess from a personal research standpoint, if we were to say officers should be doing more, that would be one thing to look for. Could more illumination, more visibility have helped avoid the crash?
If I'm understanding you correctly, I'm just going to repeat back what's been said, and please tell me if I get this right. So basically, it comes down to it's not the lights that are coming at you, it's the lights that you're actually in control of that are causing the problem because they're not bright enough and they're causing either they're bright in ways that aren't helping you or they're just simply not bright enough. So there needs to be a concern about the quality of the lights on the truck that you're in rather than the quality of the lights of the truck that's coming at you.
That's exactly right. I would just add for all of your listeners, our rating program is specific to passenger vehicles. So trucks would be included in this study about glare, but it's when we are rating the headlights for good visibility and making sure there's not too much glare, those are just passenger vehicles that we're rating. But what you said is correct. So a previous study found that vehicles that had good visibility in our test were in 19% fewer crashes than those that had poor visibility. And so to get a good rating overall, though, you have to do both of those things. You have to get light on the road for the driver of that vehicle, but then you have to make sure you're not exceeding glare boundaries that we have set up in the protocol.
Back in the 60s when I got my license, you could go down and get what they call a brake tag here in Louisiana. And I'm going to tell you that for a long time, every car in Louisiana, the headlights were out of alignment, and you had to have them aligned, if you know what I'm saying there. They've cleaned all of that up really well now. But what I'm getting at is I have a 2011 car, and a couple of years ago, I got one of those kits and cleaned up those headlights, and I could not believe what I saw in terms of the difference. Is there some kind of, what about those lights? I mean, I'm sure you've seen headlights in parking lots where you're saying, my goodness, that's got like a candle or something, right?
That's right. So, you mentioned a few things there. The headlight technology has changed quite a bit, and in most of the ways that's been a positive change, but maybe one of the negative kind of consequences of the newer technology is, moving from a glass-based lens to a plastic one, and especially in states where there's a lot of, sunlight, southern states, you get haze that builds up pretty quickly. And so, what you mentioned is a very common source of both. It does both things. It reduces the visibility for yourself, but then it's also scattering more light upward. And so it's creating more glare at the same time. And having a clean lens and one that has no haze on it is an important part of this whole picture.
Whoa, that's kind of unexpected. I didn't expect you to say that. So the dimmer your lights are, maybe the worse the glare, huh? So glare and light are not the same thing.
That's the light that's reaching the road is what we're really trying to get focused. And so when you have, essentially the way the headlight's designed is to have a cutoff. We're talking about low beams here. High beams are a different story, but with your low beam, you're trying to get that light focused on the road. But when you have haze, all of that's getting scattered before it even comes out of your headlight. So light that should have hit the road is now being deflected in other ways, and some of that is going to create glare.
And by the way, we've got to wrap this up, Matt. Like I said, this is a really fast-paced show in regards to the way we kind of bring guests in and out. But kind of talk about the fact of what a difference it makes with having good visibility ratings and what kind of difference it can make both not only for your insurance rates, but for your crash rates as well.
Right. So as I mentioned, this study about glare is really a follow-up because vehicle manufacturers have made a lot of progress. And since our test was released in 2017, we've gone from very few vehicles, like 1 to 7% in the first couple model years, up to over 50% that have good ratings for headlights in 2025. And so previously we found that is a significant factor in crash occurrence at night. So vehicles with good ratings are in 19% fewer crashes than those with poor ratings. This glare study was really just to check, has that come at the expense of more light for everyone else on the road? And it doesn't appear that that's changed.
Guys, I want you to go to iihs.org. You can find all their socials over there. They're a nonprofit, scientific, and educational organization dedicated to making roads and vehicles safer for everyone, and you can learn about their 30/30 initiative to cut down on roadway fatalities if you make your way over there. Matt has joined us this morning. It's your first time on, but we hope it's not your last. Thank you so much for making a contribution here today.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Matt. Dave, we're going to take a deep breath here. Take a deep breath with me.
Okay.
Dre, would you do me the honor of bringing our next guest in?
Our next guest is not a guest at all. It's a dear friend. Kathy Fulton, the executive director of ALAN, A-L-A-N, the American Logistics Aid Network. And not too long ago, they gave out the ALAN HLAs.
Really, really cool stuff. We're going to dig into that in a second. I want everybody to go to alanaid.org, alanaid.org. You can find them as Alan Aid on Facebook and on LinkedIn at the American Logistics Aid Network, and over on Instagram at Alan Aid as well. Kathy, welcome back. I turn it over to you and Dave now.
Oh, thanks. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for being with us as always. And about 20 years of what you've been doing here, and you've got the awards this year. And you guys yourselves were recipients, I understand.
So, yes. Yeah. So we were very fortunate to recognize all of our founding partners who created ALAN 20 years ago in the wake of Hurricane Katrina. We looked back at the awards, which we've been doing about 8 or 9 years now, and realized, hey, we probably ought to recognize all these people who thought that we were a good idea to exist. So very fortunate to get to hang out with them for a few hours a couple of weeks ago.
I'm going to just list off the honorees, and maybe you can go back and kind of run through a little bit of the details. Continental Logistics, Fleet Advantage, Niagara Cares, Partners Warehouse, Dr. Bertu Balchik of Ozenjan University. I hope I did that right. And, of course, the ALAN founders. I started that list before, and I should have looked first. No, I'm just kidding. But tell us about Continental Logistics.
Oh, yeah. So we love Continental Logistics. They're part of a group, Port Jersey Logistics, out, on the East Coast. And they've just been amazing partners for us. Pretty much any time we call and ask for support, they step up and they help with stuff for us, but they also are really active in their own community. So helping with food banks and community centers. And, we worked with them after the fires earlier this year in Los Angeles, but we've also worked with them for hurricanes and whatnot, lots of stuff through the years. So you talk about us being friends and getting to hang out. I love getting to hang out with all of these people as well.
Now, Fleet Advantage, they won the Employee Engagement Award. So maybe a little bit about the award and then talk about Fleet.
Sure. Yeah, we give awards in different categories because we want to recognize the way that businesses participate in humanitarian activities. And so whereas Continental Logistics, we recognize them for using their logistics know-how to provide support in disaster. we also wanted to recognize Fleet Advantage because they're like everybody, they're doing stuff year round, but they're doing it in such a way that it's really engaging their employees. So, they do all of these meal kitting, and they work with a lot of the community organizations within their areas where they operate. And they host these volunteer events where they bring their employees in, they pack meal kits. It's just such a really cool story, and a great way for the employees at Fleet Advantage to say, hey, my company is really involved, and we're doing things that we're not just making money for the company, we're making a difference in our communities. We really love that.
Niagara Cares is another recipient, and the name indicates they're nowhere near California, but they've done a lot of work in the wildfires out there.
Yeah. So Niagara Cares is Niagara, the bottled water, Niagara bottled water. And they packed all of these food kits, or care packages rather. They paint murals. And again, this is something where they're taking their employees, they're giving their employees time away from their day jobs to go and work in the communities. And again, their employees love this. I have a chance to talk with employees from all of these companies as we're going through the awards process, and they recognize how important it is that they're part of their communities where they're operating. And so this is one of the really lovely things. We saw the devastating wildfires out in Los Angeles earlier this year, and certainly neighborhoods that are in need of cleanup and rebeautification, and Niagara has really leaned into that. It's really beautiful to see.
It's interesting that I've been through enough hurricanes to know the pattern, so to speak. You wait for them, they come, they leave, and then you go to work. But man, those fires last as long as the aftermath, in a sense, if you know. So it starts from the square one and never really slows down. Yeah, Partners Warehouse is another company that's won a great award.
Yeah. Partners is a group out of Chicago, and they're part of Flex Logistics now. And actually, one of the folks who is affiliated with Partners, Bob Shaughnessy, was one of our founding members as well. Totally separate that he got to come up on stage twice that night. But Partners has been providing warehousing services for us. We received a donation of pallet jacks a couple of years ago. We don't have warehouses. We don't have transportation. So Partners graciously has been keeping those things in their warehouse for us. They pack them up whenever we're ready to send them out to nonprofits, which has been incredible. And it's actually helped, we track kind of metrics like how many people does this piece of equipment help, and like their work has indirectly supported nearly, or I guess over 700,000 people who've been affected by crisis. So it's just, you never think like, okay, I'm going to keep this, pallet jack in my warehouse and then I'm going to ship it out when I need it. The impact that that actually has along the way, just by, a few minutes of service in the warehouse is huge.
To the laymen who are listening, and I thank you so much, but the folks in trucking know that warehousing is part and parcel of the logistics supply chain, but a lot of folks, we need bottled water. Well, you also need a place to put it.
That's right. It's everything along the way, Dave. I mean, you've got to have, somebody's got to manufacture that water, and somebody's got to get it to a warehouse, and somebody's got to move it from the warehouse to a distribution area, and then somebody's got to take it off of the pallet and hand it to the person who needs it. So it's really that end-to-end supply chain. That's, part of the joy for me is being able to work with people all the way along the way. We work with the businesses who provide those services, but we're also working with those nonprofits who are really at that last mile, that last inch, and working with survivors. So it's kind of a cool place to be in the supply chain.
Dr. Balchik won a very unique award, which again plays into the unseen stuff that you guys do, doesn't it?
Yeah, so we love working with the academic community, and every year I'm astonished by the recognition or the submissions that we get, especially around the academic contributions, because I'm not a college professor. I'm not in the research world, but I just love reading about the changes that are coming or the research that's being done that we know is directly going to have an impact, both on commercial supply chains, but also on those humanitarian supply chains. So Dr. Balchak has worked to look at like the very detailed mathematics and science behind how do we plan where we put locations for people to receive supplies. How do we decide how to route those things? Where to, what's going to work best for the nonprofits who are working in that to work with their suppliers. So it's, again, like you said, it's the unseen that has a real impact and helps the nonprofits save money and save more lives.
Kathy Fulton, by the way, joins us this morning. You guys can go to allenaid.org. You can go to the Book of Faith, where you can find them at all caps Allen, lowercase aid. You can find them on the LinkedIn at the American Logistics Aid Network, and of course on the gram of Insta at Allen Aid. We're out of time. We can't thank you enough. It's the fastest show in trucking, so we appreciate you making the time. We will find more for you if you'll find it for us.
Love talking to y'all. Have a good day.
Oh, thank you so much, Kathy.
Dre, if you do me kindly, would we care to bring in our next guest? If this person didn't have social media attached to her, then I don't know what the heck she's doing with herself. But by the way, on Instagram, you can find her at Trucking with Aubrey. That's where a lot of the action is. There's a Facebook group called Trucking with Attitude, TWA, Women's Trucker Community. Personal is Trucking with Aubrey. You can find her on the Talk of Tick. There is merch available, by the way, truckingwithattitude.com. And by the way, Dave, she just recently did a podcast with one of the founding members of the Reconstituted Road Gang. Would you care to do the honors of introducing our next guest?
And I saw that podcast.
Very
Aubrey
good.
Oden is here. Hey, Aubrey, good morning and welcome back.
Good morning. Good morning. I swear, every time I talk to you guys, it's always on a money-making Monday, so I'm so happy to be back. How's everybody been?
Well, we are doing good, and I'm glad we can contribute to the cause. Where are you right now?
So right now I'm currently in Colorado.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely cold. I'm a Florida girl, so I'm not prepared for winter this year. I'm not gonna lie to you.
By the way, we down here in the Deep South celebrate winter for one specific reason. Dave was talking about that there's a Category 5 hurricane actually making its way. Well, should have been making its way to the Gulf Coast, but because of the cold fronts and the shear that is coming down, it's actually going in the other direction. So we're a little thankful for that. But I have to tell you, every once in a while we end up north around here. We're not so happy about it. I totally understand it, Southern girl. Why is it Money Making Monday? What do you got planned to make money this Monday? What's the plan? What's the talk?
So, it's trucking. So I'll deliver a load, I'll pick up a load, and we'll hammer down. Mondays are always just a good, I don't know, I have a good perspective for Mondays because it's the start of a new week. It means, it closes off the previous week. So, and obviously we try to get through every single week with no accidents, nobody injured, the equipment's running good. So every Monday is like a new restart of a new milestone. So I don't know, I just love Mondays for some reason.
When I was watching the podcast with you and Dean, I was thinking to myself, now I've been around a lot longer than everybody here, okay? So don't take this in the wrong
He's
light.
a 5 million mile driver in regards to radio. So.
What I heard you saying, I heard the same thing 20, 30, 40, even 50 years ago, and there were less and less women as you go back down that timeline, but the ladies were all talking pretty much about the same things that you were talking about today. So when you talk to some of the older ladies out there on the road, maybe somebody who's been out there for, 40 years, how do they relate to what's happening today?
That's tricky funny because some, even the men, drivers that are old school, we'll call them the old school drivers. I feel like there's a disconnect where they feel like they don't relate to us, so you kind of have to peel back layers with them and be like, no, I'm not, I'm more than just a steering wheel holder, so because, I maintain a level of comfort while I do this job. If I pull up to warehouses or places where I need to represent myself and my company, I'll adjust. But for the most part, I am one of those drivers that you'll see me driving down the interstate and I have my leg propped up on the window. So I understand that I fit the bracket that they talk about with the steering wheel holders and the flip flops. But I have to talk to them, and once I explain my work ethic and how I drive and how I make sure loads get there safely and securely, and I go above and beyond, they'll kind of start talking to you, but they're still like, I've been doing this 30, 40 years. Like, it is very hard to connect with them on that level, but you got to love them for it. I mean, they paved the way for us.
Well, and the other thing is, too, is the fact that it's like, a lot of these guys essentially come from the spiritual version of Missouri, who has the, the great state motto of show me. And it's one of those things, and I have to believe this, given some of the old timers that you've encountered, that once they know that you actually do the job and do it well, the game changes, doesn't it? They once they know you, once they understand what it is you're doing, I can imagine the game changes pretty rapidly, right?
Yeah, no. Once you show them and your talk actually makes sense, like you have to say certain things that make sense to them so that way they know, okay, yeah, this girl actually doesn't know what she's talking about. It does change their perspective, which is super, super funny because a lot of my friends, when I go to truck shows, are all long-nosed, chromed out, oversized, like the top of the top food chain in trucking. And it's so crazy because they're always like, they'll talk crap about plastic trucks, but they'll be like, not you, Aubrey, you're a Peterbilt driver at heart. And I'm like, hey, it's okay. But I love it though. I love surrounding myself around old school drivers because I know I can call one of my long-nosed friends right now, and if I have an issue with my truck, they are going to be able to tell me what the issue is or help me get it fixed, and those are important key components to have, especially when you're out over the road, because as a woman, you're already going to be looked at as you don't really know what you're talking about. So you have to take in as much knowledge as possible, because if not, it's going to be very hard for people to listen to you.
By the way, if you guys are just joining us, Aubrey Oden is the powerhouse behind TWA, Trucking with Aubrey, Trucking with Attitude, and Trucker Women Advocacy. She has built a brand that reflects her own personal journey, but also uplifts and unite women across the trucking space. Let me ask you this, too, in regards to the content you're creating and the influencing that you're doing. Where have you been recently, and what kind of pieces of content on TikTok and every place else would you really like to point people towards to kind of say, this is what's happening right now?
So right now, so the funny thing is the company that I work for in September, my truck was completely broken down. So I'm one of those content creators, and I'm super honest, when my real life world isn't where it's supposed to be, I kind of take a step back from content, because before I'm a content creator, I'm a truck driver, so with my truck being broke down all of September, as soon as I was able to get it fixed and was able to run, I dedicated all of it October to just really grinding hard and making some of that money back. I had a clutch go out, burn out, and then I had transmission issues. So that was like almost like a $19,000 problem right there on two different occasions with hotel rooms and tows. But right now, like I said, we're just focused on making money, definitely trying to get as many loads delivered safely as possible before the winter weather gets here, because we're getting ready to go into that, and just preparing for the holidays. This is one of those seasons where you either make a lot of money before the holidays, or you have a lot of hiccups with loads and weather not being, working with you and things like that. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
By the way, it's really cool, by the way, because it's a great reminder that none of this works unless you work. And that's a great reminder, is the fact that when it comes to creating content or actually turning those wheels and earning those wheels, you choose the latter all the time. And that's a really smart approach, and reminds people that safety and making that money are the priority. And as much as you want to get your brand out there, you got to get your brand out there by being your brand. Well done, by the way. It's good to have you back.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's always amazing coming back. I can't. Will you guys be at Mats this year?
Oh, yeah, and probably in a way that you will have never seen us before. It's going to be bigger than ever, and I think you're going to get a big kick out of what we're going to be doing at Mats next year. So I think you got to be a part of it because it's going to be crazy fun. It's going to involve being among the people, as it were, really wading out there. So you're going to get a kick out of it.
I cannot wait. I can't wait to see you guys at Mats. It's always such a good time. Is there another truck show that you guys are going to before then?
Well, I'll tell you this, and thank you for asking before we got to take this break. Dean Croak and I are going to be up in Maine for the trucking, for the Rees Across America at the Driver's Lounge. Then he and I are going to head over to Washington, D.C., where Dave is going to meet us for the Vet Ready Summit for Fastport. Dave and Lindsay will meet us along with the touchdown herself, Tara Garris, and then we will be there for the Lane of the Rees at Arlington. We got a lot of big announcements coming up, including a conference here in New Orleans pretty soon. But it ain't about us, man. It's just good to talk to you. Everybody go to @TruckingWithAubrey on Instagram. Thank you, Aubrey. Great to have you back.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Guys, you go to truckingwithattitude.com to find that merch. We'll be right back as Nemo Nation goes by fast, don't it, Dave?
It goes by way fast.
We'll be right back. We got a whole bunch of great people coming your way, including Mike King and Jamie Jones.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
And now back to Nemo Nation with Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and of course, Phone Master Dre.
Today is the birthday of Teddy Roosevelt, Theodore Roosevelt Jr., 1858. He's the man who said, when they call the roll in the Senate, the senators do not know whether to answer present or not guilty.
Nicely done, by the way. Welcome
The more
back.
things change, the more they stay the same.
By the way, I've always said if you really want to find out about Teddy Roosevelt, the defining moment of his life, everybody should read it. It's a wonderful book. We had the author of it on the show a couple of years back. It's called The Crowded Hour.
Yeah.
The Crowded Hour, which
Crowded
is
Hour.
which was about that monumental hour, Dre, when they went up San Juan Hill. They took San Juan and Kettle Hill, and he was actually awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor by Bill Clinton posthumously, along with the Buffalo Soldier who stood by his side as they took both hills. The Crowded Hour. He felt it redeemed his family's name because his father didn't serve in the Civil War, paid somebody else to serve for him. And Roosevelt said, if I'm going to send boys to war as the Undersecretary of the Navy, I'm going. And he went. By the way, I want to take the honor here of introducing our next guest, Mike King. He is the host and executive producer of the Freight Buyers Club. You can find him at thefreightbuyersclub.com. He's also got his own YouTube channel. You can connect to him on LinkedIn, and you can subscribe to the FBC newsletter on LinkedIn, by the way. Good morning to you, Mike. Welcome. What's the word? Johannesburg. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. Thanks very much for having me on. It's a real honour. That was actually last week. I was in Joburg in South Africa. I'm back in London now.
Oh, okay.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
I can tell you, it was better in South Africa.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've heard you. Is it raining right now in London?
It's it's not even raining. It's not that good. It's sort of grey and overcast and, a bit miserable, really.
So it's London.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
So it's London, basically, is what it is. By the way, we love...
I'm based in London. I was just down at a press do in South Africa last week.
Just to let you know, my wife and I've been to London. This is the first year I haven't been to London in a long time. And my wife and I, by the way, did our honeymoon, did almost 2 weeks in London. We love the city very much. So despite that gloominess, I think it's one of the great Christmas cities in the world. I'm getting all in the weeds here. Mike, I'm going to turn this over to Dave because he's got some questions for you.
Hey, Mike, good morning. Dave Nemo here.
Fire away,
And
Dave.
thank you so much for being with us. Really appreciate it. Okay, so I'm going to say the T word here now and maybe just let it lay there and ask you to pick it up from what you saw in Johannesburg last week and what you think is coming. But the T word, of course, is tariffs. And it
Tariff,
really,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So, well, there's quite a lot going on with global trade. So I was in Johannesburg last week for the launch of a joint global connectedness report from DHL and NYU Stern, Professor Stephen Altman. They found that global trade this year has basically been more robust and has grown faster than at any time except during COVID years since 2010. That's in the first half of this year. So all good, trade goes on, but at the same time, the tariff element is sort of changing things a little bit. So the US, the slowest sort of growth in trade is on trade lanes to and from the US, and that's what forecasts are saying moving forward as well. Yeah, and a lot of this is uncertainty, higher costs, and tariffs, obviously. Give people an idea. So I've always recorded my podcast. I normally record on a Thursday and Friday, and this year I've had to start recording on Monday and Tuesday to get them out the same week because I never quite know what's going to change over the weekend. And I'm very glad I'm recording later today because obviously we've heard that there's a possible deal between China and the US over the weekend. So if I'd recorded on Friday, I would have been totally obsolete by now.
Let me ask you about that possible deal as well, too, to kind of give our listeners a sense of what is in the works and what's cooking. Because one of the things about the new trade, about the new trade and tariff situation that is really interesting to me is that it could change any minute. It's kind of like the weather in New Orleans. If you don't like it, give it a block. So can you kind of break that down for us?
Well, yeah, I mean, again, it's the unknowns that everyone's been trading around. So what's essentially been happening, if you look at the numbers, if I could give you trade numbers, or I could give you, if you look at container shipping volumes, growth on trades to and from the US, it's been up and down, but overall it's down compared to last year. Whereas, say, trade, and most containerized trade, for example, is moving out of Asia into other, they're the key driving trade, so it's outbound from Asia. Outbound from Asia to everywhere else is growing really hand over fist. To the US, it's down. So that trade is, on the one hand, we've got a reworking of global trade rules in quite a fundamental way, in a way we haven't seen for decades. I'd like to know what Teddy Roosevelt would have thought about it, actually. He was he wanted fair business, so I don't know where this would sit with him. I heard you mention him earlier. This particular deal, it's not signed yet. So I think where we were was there was a threat of 100% tariffs on China, and China was reverting and putting controls in place on rare earths, which US producers need. So the deal was around there. And then the other element of this was US exports of agricultural products, which China's a big buyer of agricultural products from around the world. And it's been pivoting towards Brazil, particularly for soybeans, and some other countries for wheat, as opposed to buying from the US since the first Trump presidency. Well, this year it's ramped that right up. So this is the other element of this deal. But at the moment, again, it's all back to the word uncertainty. No one knows if this deal will proceed, on what form. At the moment, we just know there's a framework being signed that will lead to some sort of tariff and some sort of relaxation of the export of rare earths from China, which is a big producer. But at the moment, we don't know for sure.
Yeah, and that
kind
of
answers your question.
and it does, by the way, and the big follow up too is the fact that a lot of a guy who just walked into the studio to join us this morning, our friend Brad Bentley, who is part of the Fastport organization that actually sponsors the studio. He and I spent some time in Brazil, and when we were down there, what ended up happening was there was a lot of excitement in Brazil because they felt like that they had, for the first time, really gotten themselves a cash crop with the soybeans. In some ways, it's really altering the situation for a lot of other countries, that the U.S., in conceding these markets, has actually opened up a lot of possibilities for these folks to actually expand their trade possibilities, that the U.S. is no longer, the only person that China is going to for soy. That really changes the dynamics for the possible economic expansion of places like Brazil, does it not?
It certainly does. I mean, we've seen that since the first Trump presidency, exports of soy. But China, it's not just where China buys from; it's where China invests in. So it's really, when you leave a vacuum, it's always filled somehow, and China's filling that vacuum around the world. We've seen that a lot this year. But Brazil's a brilliant example of exactly that. I mean, it's been investing in ports, it's been investing in rail, it's been investing in road. So Chinese investment in Brazil, it's not just about buying soybeans, it's about the whole infrastructure as well and the logistics setup. You could say the same about iron ore there as well. It's the biggest buyer of Brazilian iron ore. So where the US has sort of pulled out of that trade, then China's gone straight back in. But I mean, maybe for your listeners, an interesting one with Brazil is, I mean, we all like a coffee. Most of the coffee comes from Brazil that you guys are buying, that I would buy. It's now cheaper for me because the US has got a 40% tariff, or no, it's a 50% tariff on Brazil, I think. Brazil produces 40% of the world's coffee. And, you know, like Europe, the US doesn't produce coffee, so we all import it. So basically, I think the latte, I saw some research this morning from Vizian, from Kyle Henderson, CEO of Vizian, actually. It's worth checking out. So US lattes are now 21% more expensive as of this year. So that's just you know, there's some other interesting ones. You know, Madagascar got hit with some really high tariffs. They've been reduced now. That produces vanilla. I mean, do you really want to take our ice cream and coffee away?
Yeah, I have to tell you, by the way, the thought that actually coffee is more expensive in the United States than it is actually where you are right now. And guys, by the way, if you're just joining us, Mike King, the creator and former host of the Lodestar podcast, which launched in 2021, he now dedicates all of his time to the Freight Buyers Club, which is the fastest growing video and podcast platform for global logistics and trade professionals. The thought that you are in London and I pay more for coffee than you do is staggering to me. That is how much the world has changed with these new policies in place, right?
Yeah, I mean, but if you think of they'll go back to the Madagascar example. Not many, obviously, it's Madagascar vanilla. No one else produces it, and the US hasn't got an export market into Madagascar. So a 40% tariff, apart from threatening 60,000 jobs in Madagascar, it doesn't open up a market in Madagascar. It just takes away the ability to buy vanilla, which US exporters actually use in a lot of products. They can't get it anywhere else, so they either pay the tariff, but for them, that might be the difference between whether they're competitive selling that product, say, to Europe or to somewhere else, or not. So it's not just whether my coffee is more expensive than yours. My export product in Europe might be now more competitive than an export product out of the US because of that input. We're seeing that across industries as well. It's really quite interesting how it's all playing out. But I would also add that the headline tariffs they're not being as damaging as people originally imagined. So I think the Madagascar tariff's down to 15%. There's so many exemptions and workarounds that it's not entirely clear, but it's certainly putting a big amount of pressure on the Customs and Border Protection, because they've got an awful lot more work to do. And people always say that cargo or freight always finds its way a little bit like water. People always find a way around tariffs, and there's some big numbers. Colombia is becoming a big buyer of Brazilian coffee, and I think that's got slightly lower tariffs than Brazil when it exports to the US. So are we seeing re-exporting out of Colombia? Maybe that'll keep the cost of the latte down.
Well, you know, I made the joke about latte, but that's exactly the kind of stuff that people don't realize as well, too, because, you know, we've actually talked about the idea with stores in the United States that often when Macy's can't carry something, Dave, when they can't carry something, they'll just kind of unload their extra stock onto Marshalls or TJ Maxx's. I mean, in many ways, we're kind of converting countries like Colombia into these places where, well, we'll just export it, to this country, and then they have less of a tariff on them, so then they'll bring it into us. Is that the kind of model we're talking about? Maybe people begin to figure that kind of stuff out and then bring the prices down again?
Well, yeah, it varies across industries and verticals, but for example, I mean, if this is a trade war with China, well, we can see how Chinese producers, if the tariffs are high on China, I mean, China's massive investment into Vietnam shows what that strategy is. there's a new rule on transshipment, so it's the CBP have got to work out, or the shipper has got to work out whether it was actually made in a country or whether it was transshipped via there. But if you look at the exports from Vietnam over the last few years, China's been investing hugely there. Same in Brazil, same in South America, same in Mexico. So it's not just as simple as putting a tariff on a country if the idea is to target that country's companies. If those companies are just moving, they just move to a different country, another different place. You look also at the investment in India. Chinese, a lot of that is Chinese too.
Well, Mike, we've got to let you go because of the way this kind of thing is put together. Please promise us you'll come back for a 30-minute segment. I'm going to make you on the air. That way you have to tell me no on the air. Promise me you'll come back at some point sooner rather than later.
I would. It's been my pleasure. I would love to anytime.
I want to let people.
Thanks so much for having me.
Real quick, I want to let people know this real quick. In case you don't know, Mike, along with all the other things I've said about him, was named Seahorse Maritime Journalist of the Year in 23 and 24, was the runner-up for Multimedia Journalist of the Year in both years. His early accolades include the Air Cargo Journalist of the Year, the News Journalist of the Year, the Supply Chain Journalist of the Year, and in 2018, he was recognized as International Road Transport Journalist of the Year by the IRU, and he is welcome back anytime. When he's not contributing to The Economist and Business Insider. Mike, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Be well.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much as well. We're going to take a quick pivot here and get a chance to talk to our two in-studio guests and our next guest, who will love to have them both on because I think she knows one of them very well. I don't know if she knows Martin, but Dre, give me a little bit of music. That is an impressive dude, is he not, Dave?
He is indeed.
Yeah, and we're going to be getting Mike King on a whole lot more. By the way, speaking of impressive dudettes, we got a dude, so now let's get a dudette in here. Brad, would you care to do the honors of saying good morning to Jamie Jones?
Oh, one of the OGs. Good morning, Jamie. How are you today?
Hey, Jamie.
Mr. Bentley in the house.
So, guys, in case you didn't know, Brad Bentley, president of Fastport, and Martin Garci, who I call the center of all things, the fulcrum of the National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools, NAPFTDS, both join us in studio. Martin, it's your first time in here, isn't it?
It is. Excited to be here today and get to see the studio finally.
It's a really cool place. Jamie, when are you coming down to see the studio?
I need to get that done. It's on my bucket list. I just don't need to wait until I'm old.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's more important to get down here. The studio is one thing, but the neighborhood's even better, to be honest with you. We got so many great restaurants and bars and coffee. What is it, 5 coffee shops, Dave, within
5 coffee shops within walking distance.
Within walking distance.
One on the way.
Which one did you stop at?
We just hit CC's.
By the way,
I like the flagpole, but we went to CC's.
I got to tell you, though, with the CC's down here, Jamie, and by the way, speaking of international trade, if you ever walked into the CC's, it's like an international trade center.
Yeah.
I mean, every single color, every single complexion, every single language that is spoken or lived or breathed in the city of New Orleans and beyond is actually in that CC's. Really groovy. Jamie, I wanted to kind of give people a sense of something really cool coming our way. You and I are working on a project for this platform, for RadioNemo, and I wanted you to kind of unpack it a little bit, and then we'll talk about what's going on in the news.
Well, we are going to start delivering news at the top of the hour for you guys. It's not going to be your Walter Cronkite reading the headlines kind of news either. We're going to lean into authentic landline with a little bit of edge, a little bit of fun, but make sure that you know the top headlines for the day that you need to know as listeners. So it's something I'm really excited about. You're going to get to meet some more of the team. Tyson Fisher, the associate editor who's been on some, is going to be key in this, and so is Ryan Witkowski, who has a very strong and long radio career, so that we're going to put his core talents back to use. So we're just pretty excited about being able to partner up more, and, you know, good or bad, you know, no news is not good news, so we're going to make sure you know at least the bare minimum of what you need to know.
Every hour on the hour from the second hour on, we will actually have landline news. I'm calling it the landline login for now, but who knows? We might change. We got plenty of stuff to figure out and plenty of time to do it. In terms of we have 3 or 4 days to figure this out. We'll get it all down. Speaking of the news, what is going on? What should we be focused on right now?
So much of any action with the shutdown, there's just not a ton going on in DC in the way of bills actually moving through, but we are seeing a lot of introductions of bills with English language proficiency and non-domiciled issues being tackled. And I know it's easy to get fatigued over this stuff, and there's so many of these bills that eventually what's going to happen is they're going to have to caucus up and actually figure out what version they want to put forward in a highway bill. Because if we can get the shutdown ended and Congress fully back to work, that should be the first order of business that we're going to be watching for is actually just a highway bill, and making sure that so many of these pro-trucker initiatives that we've been seeing from Sean Duffy and Derek Gars is now in the House as FMCSA administrator. So there's a lot of buzz. We kind of need this shutdown to end so we can get back to real work.
One of the questions that I'm not the only one asking this, Jamie, so I'm going to ask you: is there a count in terms of how many trucking, let's call them trucking reform bills, if you will, the language thing and all of that stuff. How many bills are out there right now? I mean, is it almost like a half a dozen of them?
It's more than that.
More
actually.
than that,
I had
okay.
A document. Well, and I had a document that was sent to me on Thursday, and it's kind of been a weekend. There was a lot of football and other stuff to do. But it is something that the OOIDA government affairs team is definitely staying on top of, because there is so much, and we need to be able to evaluate because with legislative language, is it actually going to do what you want it to do? Or is this just a well-meaning piece of legislation that, they're not quite getting the whole issue just yet?
What you mean, like wanting to help drivers who can't seem to get a CDL from one state be able to go someplace else, only to learn later on that it opens the door for a whole bunch of people who shouldn't have CDLs to get them? You mean something like that?
Yeah, the whole non-domiciled that started out to help students from one state license in another open the door unintentionally to the situation we're facing today. So we need reforms. We need true enforcement. I'm tickled that we are hearing more and more about better driver training. That's always nice to have that one, and that's coming from truckers. So, just to know that professional drivers are saying there's not enough training going on before they're getting turned loose on the road.
Man, Jamie, you were playing music to Martin Garcia's ears.
I was about to say, Martin Garcia is sitting right here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, and we need the quality stuff, not the 24-hour, 2-week where they barely get in a truck. We're talking robust training, actual time behind the wheel.
Yeah, like
Absolutely.
Like the kind that the National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools is actually. I have to tell you, we've had more segments now, Jamie, with people like Martin, people like Andy, people like Donnie. We have had more. We have our own segment, Education Station, but we literally have been inundated, and we could keep having this conversation for a long time. I wanted to pivot to Martin just for a second. Martin, what is the basic foundation here? Because Jamie's right. We need the level of training that you guys have come to expect and that you demand from your members. So what does that look like? How do we get this right?
Well, go back to 2015 when we did negotiated rulemaking for the entry-level driver training, and I was fortunate enough to be a part of that. And what we set out to do was to have a baseline across the country where everybody would do the same training per se and meet the proficiency standards, and we laid out what we thought was a very good curriculum. But somewhere along the way, there was a few things taken out, and we could argue that for a long time. But the part that when Federal Motor Carrier rolled it out in 22, they didn't have an enforcement arm in place. And so up until about 2 weeks ago, there was very little enforcement. Now, if you look on the website, you'll see several thousand people that's pending removal. And so they're stepping up the game now, but we're 3 years into it, and it just exploded with all kinds of people going into training that we never thought of. I live in Houston, Texas, and it went from about 5 or 6 schools to about 35 schools. And so we see them around us each day. And they're 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or just the testing. And some of them boldly state, we will teach you the test. And that's it.
Jamie, you guys over there, not just at Landline, but at the other people, our other friends in Grain Valley that you guys work so closely with, it just must send you guys into apoplexy. We will teach you the test. How do you feel about that?
It's just ridiculous. That you might, it's just like having an open book test. And this is too important of a situation. And this isn't just that you have to be book smart about, driving. We need that time behind the wheel where they're getting familiar with, things that can go wrong, things that, with heavy grades and all of those other things. The Colorado crash a few years ago, that poor guy had been driving in Texas, and they sent him off to Colorado. He probably had never been on a mountain like that in a truck in his life. So it's things like that the companies are ambivalent to it. It just, I don't know. It's just really kind of sad, but, we need organizations like, all of ours to come together. OIDA was part of that negotiated rulemaking as well. I covered all those sessions, and it was unbelievable to see the consensus with safety groups, trucking groups, schools saying we have to have this. And there was one lone arm that poked up and said, do we? And I'll give you one guess at who that was. And ATA got their way.
No habla inglés. No habla English language proficiency. No habla inglés. But Martin, we're at the point now where I feel like that voice might have finally been silenced, because we're now having the discussion again. Watch me send Jamie in a real apoplexy, where the other dead zombie has come up. We need more 18-year-olds behind the wheel. That one has come up now. And by the way, I am not against that. But I think that the exceptions prove the rule, to be honest with you, that you guys are in big favor of this too. Let's make it happen, but let's make it really stringent. Let's make sure that it's happening to get a new generation of drivers and not to get more meat in the seat, right?
Absolutely. You see it in in-state driving, and there's some data out there. It's not a lot, but where, the proper training and just like was brought up, not only from the school, but from the trucking company to continue that training. And that's so vitally important.
But they don't. That's the problem. And it goes back, that's the thing. And that's what drives a lot of people crazy, Martin. It goes back to exactly what you guys were talking about, because one of the most encouraging things about this discussion, Dave, has been, and it's been thrilling, nobody's blaming the drivers anymore. Nobody's blaming the people who make the mistakes. Like you heard Jamie talk about the guy on the 70, which was terrible. He killed people. Mm-hmm. But everybody gets now, this is about bad schools and bad companies. Bad schools handing bad drivers off to bad companies and bad actors. And you guys want to set an accreditation level and say, if you don't have this stuff, you can't be in the game, right?
Absolutely. It's important that, and even go back to a while ago when you said that, first thing I thought about was a truck that I see quite often that's, quote, training drivers. And it's a 30-foot pup with a day cab. with a 5-speed automatic.
Yeah, that's real.
And there's no restriction then put on that. Well, maybe the automatic, but then you stick them in a 53-foot trailer, sleeper, whatever, with no additional training, and it's just it's very. I'm looking at buying new trucks for the school, and so I'm going back to the same thing: a sleeper truck with a 53-foot trailer because that's what most people are going to be driving.
That's it right there. Jamie, you get the last word before we run out of time here. What you got?
I mean, and to the point on the 18 to 21-year-olds, I know kids that grew up on the farm, myself included, who could drive anything they were thrown in because we were thrown in them at a wildly young age on the farm. But that's why when it comes down to skills testing, the skills testing has to be equally robust and difficult to make sure that they are equipped to get out there on the traffic and dodge the crazy people who hate driving around big trucks. So,
all right, real quick.
There's a lot to it.
Real quick, Brad, when was the first time you drove a car? How old? Not legally. First time you drove?
12, probably.
Martin, what about you?
10 or 11.
Dave?
13.
And of course, Jamie, when's the first time you drove?
Probably about the same, about 11 or 12. When I could reach the pedals.
Dre was driving at 6, by the way. I got keys thrown at me when I was 11 and told to go pick up snowballs down the block. Never been so terrified in my life. Almost hit a chain link fence. Didn't, though. Got back in one piece. Jamie Jones is the managing editor of Landline. She's been doing this thing as long as the FMCSA has been around. We love you, and we'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Take care, guys.
See you, Jamie.
We got to get out of here. Hear that great music? That, of course, is the music of Nemo Nation, which continues in rapid fire, rapid pace for another hour or two. And don't forget, Nastic is going to close us out with a podcast broadcast. Then Dave is going to record Nemo's Night Beat. We'll be right back with Nemo Nation.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Unbelievable how fast this show goes, Dave.
I know, I can't keep up.
I know, you did. I'm sitting there, you go like, wait, there's a show going on, and suddenly we're like hurtling through space and time. Before we get to our next guest, I wanted to tell BB the King, Brad Bentley, and Martin Garcia an official good morning, by the way. Good morning to you, Martin.
Good morning.
And good morning to you, Brad.
Good morning. Can I make a quick comment?
That's why I brought you in.
So it hit me after your previous guest, before Jamie was on the air, that his name was Mike King. So you were going through all of his credentials, and so he's the king of the mic, right? What a perfect guest for a radio show, right? It's like my buddy Shannon King, who's a wrestler who named his son Matt King, who went on to be a 4-time state champion, right? It's something about the name. And I heard all of his credentials, and then we follow that up with Jamie Jones, nobody better, mentioning all the accolades for journalism, all the things that she's done in her career to do the news segment. So I just want to congratulate you and Dave on doing that. I think that's going to be a fantastic addition to Nemo Nation and Road Gang Radio.
Yeah, and Dave was really excited when we found out about that that top of the hour thing. That's I think it's the final piece, and like I said, I think it's the given all the sounding and imaging that we've got going on here on the show, and how we're kind of getting the format figured out. I don't know if you heard the first part of the show, by the way, as we bring Joe Lynch in, by the way, the host of the Logistics of Logistics, and by the way, you can find him at the on the tube of you at the Logistics of Logistics on the LinkedIn as well. One of the great things about Joe is that he gets all this stuff in regards to platforming. I don't know if you heard us this morning, Martin, but if you like a particular segment, let's say like Education Station, which we do here on a regular basis. If you type in Education Station on Spotify or on iTunes or on Apple Podcast, any of it, it will take you to every episode we've ever done of Education Station since we started this platform. You can follow it and hit the notification button so that we exist in Radio Nemo both now and forever, which means a lot of people don't even know the full scope of what we've accomplished here. And we just sort of made that announcement this morning. I want to get Joe in on here, though. Good morning to you, Joe. Welcome to the show. I'm going to turn this over to Dave. How are you?
Doing great. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, thank you for being had, Joe. Good morning.
I've had more often than I should be, I guess.
I ain't got none left. Well, good morning and welcome back to the program. Always great. And I'm looking forward to being on your Logistics of Logistics
yes, exactly.
podcast.
Tomorrow I'm going to do an interview with you. I'm really looking forward to that.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So before we talk then, let's talk now. What is on your hot plate here this Monday morning in terms of what is going on in the world of logistics?
Well, I think I'll probably be preaching to people who know more than me about this stuff in some cases, but I was in a lot of conferences recently, and, at every conference I was at, people were talking about cargo theft, freight fraud, cybersecurity. Some of the talk, I was at CSCMP over in Washington, D.C., they talked about, everyone was talking about Sammy Hagar and Guy Fieri lost $1 million worth of tequila.
Mm-hmm.
And so I really think...
We don't have it, by the way.
We already unloaded it. Of course we don't have it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joe.
Those are the pork chops.
And I'll tell you, this is one of the things, I just talked to a cybersecurity lady. She was military intelligence. I talked to her last week. They're applying this now to our space. What happened is our whole industry, fell in love with the digital, and nothing wrong with it, but we automated some stuff. Instead of a phone call being made from one guy to another who knew him for 10 years, now there's automation sending you something saying, go here and pick this up. And we lost a little bit of the relationships that, a guy you've been working with for 5 years, who you talk with on the phone every once in a while, isn't stealing your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to get, I guess my point today is we got to get our relationships back. We also got to get our spidey senses up, because there's a lot of bad things happening on the road these days.
Well, I was just up in Nashville, Joe, at the NASTC, the National Association of Small Trucking Companies conference, and they have 2 full days of breakout sessions, panel discussions, seminars, you name it, and fraud everywhere.
Yep.
And you can't just talk about fraud. You have to talk about all of these particular areas of fraud now. And the reason I bring up NASTC, too, is the fact that 99.9% of trucking now is small companies, and you don't have the resources to really tackle all of this stuff.
Yeah, and I totally agree. And I think there's some things we can do and the drivers can do. I mean, there's things that the brokers have to do who are involved, and there's things at the cybersecurity level to prevent that fraud. By the way, these drivers who might have stolen the tequila from multiple people who've been on my podcast, I saw also at the conferences, is a lot of this has moved from the kind of opportunistic theft to the sophisticated theft, even with the cartels involved. And somebody I talked to, a Mexican guy actually, he lived in the States also, but he's in Mexico again, he said, Joe, they know they're stealing that rail car or that trailer when it leaves the port. Somebody's marked it at the port. And some driver has no idea that when he picked it up, that there's a plan in place to steal it.
I'm going to, today is Teddy Roosevelt's birthday, and you're going to wonder, wait a minute, where's he coming from? He was born on this date in 1858, and he made so many statements that we've read this morning that pertain to exactly what's going on today. And here's what he said, and it really plays into what we're talking about. A man who has never gone to school may steal from a freight car, but if he has a university education, he may steal the whole railroad. And I think this speaks to what's happening. the criminals are sophisticated, they're educated, they are cyber savvy.
Before we got to let Joe go, and you get a chance to talk to him tomorrow, and we'll get Joe on again for a longer 30-minute conversation. The other thing, Joe, is that have you guys heard about the Sing organization? Have you heard about this? SINGH. Have you heard about the Sing organization?
No, I haven't.
It's 12 guys. One's named Hernandez. The other 11 are all named Sing. I think they're related. They literally, for the better part of the last 3.5 years, stole. They haven't even done the number count up yet. They've been stealing computers and televisions and high-end cargo for the last 4 years, and they've been doing it by literally impersonating other trucking companies. Mm-hmm. And they have done it unstopped. It's only because they got greedy. It's only because they got greedy and overextended themselves, but they've done it for 4 years. And it's a very sophisticated organization. I would tell people to look up the Sing organization. It's the first thing you get. Joe, what do you got other than talking to Dave Nemo? What are you going to be looking at the next couple of weeks?
Well, I'm going to get down to the Trimble conference, which I'm looking forward to. And so the Trimble conference was kind of the freight stack that a lot of drivers have in their trucks. And I'm looking forward to that. There's always a lot of chatter around that. And hey, I'm just looking to wrap up this good year. And well, it hasn't been a great year, but a good year, we'll say. And enjoying football season.
Oh, what team in particular are you enjoying? As I buy a little time to get our next guest.
I'm a Michigan Wolverine. I'm way up here in Michigan.
You guys are muddling through. You're figuring it out. You're going to get there. I think next year's your year.
Are you LSU fans?
No. I'm very delighted at what has happened in Baton Rouge. I'm a University of Georgia graduate, and I have loyalty to Notre Dame because of what happened during the Hurricane Katrina. They let me teach up there for a whole semester when I was homeless.
Notre Dame's my second favorite. Notre Dame's always been my second favorite, and I'll tell you, they should have fired Brian Kelly the day he got to LSU and pretended he was a Southern boy.
Oh, yeah. Well, and the worst part about it, he had 3 accents to pick from, and he picked the Northern Louisiana accent. I mean, what was he thinking? He could have talked like he was from Boston and pretended to be a New Orleanian. I mean,
right. And by the way, would anybody care if he said, I am from Boston, I was living in the Midwest for the last 20 years? No, I'll wear my boots and I'll pretend I'm...
Well, here's the crazy thing, though. It's like, Brad Bentley's here with me. He's the president of Fastport. He lives in the city of New Orleans. He's lived in Boston. Is there a Southern accent closer to Boston than the city of New Orleans, Brad?
No.
I mean, straight up. We just lengthen things at the end. Go ahead, Brad.
And I have to tell you, Jimmy Mack, so I went to pick up Martin Garcia, who's in the studio with us this morning at the airport, and I was really disappointed because he is a huge Texas A&M fan, that he wasn't wearing some Aggie gear when he came off the plane. I thought that would have just been great.
I was afraid for my life.
Oh, no, brother. No. There's a lot of LSU fans who want to thank you. And by the way, just a little point out to everybody about Brian Kelly. Who did he lose to? Texas A&M. Who's the coach of A&M?
Exactly.
Who's the coach of A&M?
The Trimble
former coordinator.
Reference is down in New Orleans in a few weeks.
Yeah, and we're going to be there, by the way. We get a chance to see you. But it's funny because
see you there.
Elko is his former defensive coordinator. He lost to Vandy the week before. Clark Lee is his former defensive coordinator as well. And by the way, his former defensive coordinator is doing just fine at the place that he claimed he couldn't win at. Just wanted to point that out to people.
Yeah. So and I think his strength coach went to Texas A&M.
Oh yeah,
yes.
And by the way, had a dummy with Brian Kelly's face on it at the practice before they played them. It all worked out great.
Let's all sing a chorus of "It's a Small World."
Yeah,
after all.
Yeah, I got to tell you,
that $53 million will make him feel okay.
Yeah, he's fine.
He could talk in any accent for $53 million.
Yeah, I got to tell you, man, the best retirement plan of all time for all time. Mr. Lynch, it is always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you, sir, for making the time for us this morning.
Thank you so much for having me. You guys have a great day.
Talk to you tomorrow, Joe.
Dre, do us a solid. Play us a little transitional music, no matter where we end up. We were actually hoping to get Dan Dunstan and Jared Riorda of Sapp Brothers on here to kind of celebrate the opening of their latest service center. We're just having a little bit of problems getting them on the phone. We will reschedule that sooner rather than later. They'll be popping in sometime this week. We're happy to have them anytime. It does give us a moment to breathe and talk with our good friends Martin Garcia, Brad Bentley, and of course get a word from Dave Nemo.
Well, I was just going to tell everybody where it is. It's the 18th Sapp Brothers Travel Center on Interstate 15 at exit 27 at Tokerville, St. George, Utah, the gateway to Zion National Park.
The good news is, if they've confused the time, if they've got some time issues, the good news is we should have time for them in the last hour because of the way the kind of scheduling has been set up there. Martin, had a little problem getting here, didn't you?
Oh, yeah, I had to postpone, yeah. Oh, but he said St. George, Utah. I just want to give a shameless plug for NAPF TDS annual conference is right down from St. George in Irvine, Utah.
Next April, right?
April 12th and 13th.
Well, I've decided that we're gonna be there.
We're heading to Utah.
We're gonna go to Utah. We'll be there.
The beautiful Black Desert Resort,
home of the ear. You've been to Utah, of course.
Yes.
First time I went to Utah, I saw all these signs at these convenience stores, gas stations, ear, E-E-R. And I was wondering, is that something what is that? It's beer, because they can't put the B on the sign.
Some crazy laws out in Utah.
It's a crazy law.
Yeah, I love how they changed their policy on Coca-Cola. You know that story, right? When Coca-Cola was going to build a plant in Salt Lake City, suddenly one of the members of the Mormon church had a vision, and the vision was that it was acceptable to drink Coca-Cola.
Ah.
I love that kind of stuff. What you got? You had something in your mind. What's going on?
I don't know if that's a true story or not. Is that
Look it up.
Good.
Okay. If
Look
he
it
says
up.
Look it up.
Look it up. I mean, if we had a Joe Rogan situation and Dre wasn't desperately trying to get people on the phone, we'd be like, you look it up, Dre.
But when people say look it up, there's almost a guarantee that nobody's going to look it up.
That's
because
exactly
he said look it up.
I'm banking on it because nobody wants to have to eat that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, so you getting in town. There's a lot going on in your area right now, and of course, it was Matt Beach who said, "What a handsome man you are."
Thank you, Matt Beach.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Beach is all over it. But we've been having this conversation a lot over here on this channel about the English language proficiency, but also is that you guys, along with your friends over at CVTA, you guys have a real perception that you guys can make a real difference here by setting up a firewall that we can stop this before it ever gets started, and it begins with the training programs, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, you guys really can. You guys can make a difference because if they put y'all's policies in place, we can really slow down the pipeline of bad drivers getting into the industry, right?
Absolutely, and it becomes frustrating when you see others accepting people that maybe we would not accept, or some of the drivers out on the road that have not been trained properly because it's a short period of time. And so we're constantly fighting that battle, both locally, statewide, and then, of course, we have a task force that's working more on the national level. And so we've seen some really good response, and I think we're making some headwind, and hopefully we'll have a meeting with the new administrator soon to solidify our position of monitoring federal motor carrier enforcing their own rules, whether it's English is the English proficiency but especially the TPR is what we've concentrated on, the training provider registry that needs to be cleaned up.
One of the funniest things, Dave, is nothing drives me crazier than the following statement: there ought to be a law, and then you say there is. They're just not enforcing the damn thing. Right. It makes me nuts. It just makes me. People say we got to pass a law. No, we don't. It's there. Right. There it is.
Yeah, English proficiency's been around for a long time.
1937.
And by the way, we had the head of the Punjabi Trucking Association on the show with us. We asked him what his biggest concern is right now. Okay, I have a really funny story. So my dad was a member of the Knights of Columbus. He was the Grand Knight. And if you know anything about the Knights of Columbus, the fact that he actually served as Grand Knight for 3 consecutive terms, that doesn't happen. And he loved doing it. But they're at the Knights of Columbus Hall in Lakeview in New Orleans. And he and his good friend, Mr. Tester, who was an off-the-boat Italian, were watching the Iranian crisis unfold on the television set in 1979. And Mr. Tester, in his thick Italian accent, goes, "That's the problem with this country. Too many goddamn foreigners." And I let that sit there for a minute, because anybody who actually has gone through the process of actually becoming a minted citizen or really earning their green card is angry as hell about this too.
Oh, absolutely.
Angry as hell about this. There's a lot of people who have played by the rules, waited in line, done their diligence, and have finally gotten to the finish line, which is a joyful experience. Been really encouraged by Matt, by you, by so many people, a lot of our listeners and callers. Like Jody just last week said, he goes, stop hating the drivers. He's like, follow the money. He just basically said, follow the money. Who's paying them?
Right.
Who's passing them? Who's taking their money? These men and women that are coming here, other than the really bad actors who cause these accidents, they're slaves.
Yeah, back to what your point, I have a young man that works as an instructor, and give you a little bit of background. Him and his wife both came from Mexico and become citizen, went through that long process, and is very proud to be U.S. citizen. She is actually a dean at our college now. She's worked her way up. And he went through truck driving school about, I think, 10, 12 years ago, drove for a period of time with some of the national carriers, and then he came to work for us. And when you talk about the English proficiency, I mean, he has no time for those who he feels, obviously he is Hispanic and can communicate well with them, but as far as people doing it correctly, but, we're seeing more issues with the non-domicile status as far as people not being able to get into school. In fact, the week that came out, we dropped 3 students because they had a permit, but we knew they couldn't get a license. And I'm hearing that across the country. So we don't typically see people coming to our schools that can't pass English proficiency. Now, where they're going to buy their license, we don't know. But through our schools, it's basically you speak the language and you're able to pass the written test and that type of stuff, or you don't get in. And so that's not been a huge problem for us. Yes, it's probably a problem in people coming to us, but not once they get to the school. Whereas we're having to turn down probably 2 or 3 people a week that we would normally enroll.
Well, and the other thing is too, is the fact that being a member of a publicly funded institution, you're not, while it helps if you are and can certainly make it justify a lot of stuff, you're not profit generating engines. So it's important for you to have standards. That's the other thing too. People don't realize that it's like people, look, I don't know if you know this, Brad, only 30% of the in-state applicants to the University of Alabama get in now.
Yeah, totally different than when I was there. It's
yeah.
flipped.
And by the way, I don't know if you know this, University of Washington, 7%. If you want to go to the University of Michigan, they take 6%. And by the way, we haven't even gotten to Virginia and North Carolina yet. Those numbers are absurd. We should be holding people to standards.
Right.
We should be holding people, as you said, you guys say, sorry, you can't get in.
And the beautiful part is a community college, everyone that I'm familiar with, technical schools, that they have an ESL program. Right. So you can refer that person, if they're genuinely wanting to become a truck driver, there's classes, and most of them are free or very inexpensive.
I spent my volunteer work, and Dave remembers this, before we left for California, I worked at Catholic Charities teaching people who were getting ready to take their citizenship test.
Right.
How to speak better vernacular English. And these people came in, I'm telling you, Chinese, which by the way, if you think you flip from English to Chinese is hard, try that in the other direction. And this woman literally would hold me down and be like, tell me all the curse words again. And she would hold me down and insist on it. Yeah. And insist on it. And it's like these people, it was really important to them. If it's important to you, you'll do it. And I just think it's an amazing thing to watch both this crackdown happening, but at the same time, Americans are smart. We know who's to blame for this. This is not about individual people. This is about somebody's created a pipeline for this, right?
Follow the money.
And the fraudulent. Here in Louisiana, just a few weeks ago, there was
fraud in Louisiana. No.
And Huey P. Long's been dead for a long time.
I know.
I grew up in Louisiana. I can say that.
You know.
But it's happened everywhere. In Texas, it happened several years ago, right? At a facility that at that time we did a lot of testing and actually knew the people that were involved were a state trooper. Unfortunately, had a deal with the corner grocery store, taking $5,000 and working the system and being able to get a person. Of course, that was before ELDT, but we know that that's happened since ELDT's become in effect. They were paying someone to log them on the TPR, then they're paying someone to issue them a license. And, at the end of the day, I always tell my instructors and tell everybody, you drive on the road with these people that are not trained. Your family drives on the road, your mom, your daughter, whatever it is, are on the road. Why do you even think about putting someone out there that is not safe?
Yeah, I mean, this isn't like a gated community. There are people, of course, who behave really kind of cavalier about crime, but they live in gated communities with their own security. At some point, you got to hit the interstate. At some point, your grandkids are in a soccer, in a soccer van. At some point, things are going to go sideways for somebody you love, and then it's going to be too late. By the way, Mr. B himself says, our good friend Mr. Beach, the CVTA and the NAPF TDS have and can make a huge difference. Other training providers would benefit partnering with these two organizations and making more of an impact.
Did you see Marshall Platter's comment on the 52 years on the road, and his only training was the Smith system?
Wow. Wow.
Pretty impressive.
Do you remember the Smith system?
Sure, yeah. Well, but stop and think about the road conditions 52 years ago, and then the amount of traffic and the interaction, and the majority of truck drivers back then, as were probably rural people that grew up on farms, and that's a lot more. Those people had a lot more experience in driving. We get people from, you hate to see it, but overseas, who as soon as they qualify for a license, and they didn't even drive in their own country.
Depending on the country, that might be a good thing, right?
Well,
different side of the road.
Depending on what country it is.
We have flipped the script too. I know people think the roads now are terrible and things are terrible, but it's interesting. What was dangerous about the highways and the byways in the 50s, 60s, and 70s was the highways and byways and the way the cars were designed. The way seatbelts were designed, the way cars were designed. I mean, they basically were death traps. I mean, it's what people were raging against in the late 60s. The problem is flipped. The technology is great. I hate to break it to people. The roads are better. They don't feel like it all the time, but they're better. It's the drivers that are worse. Right. It's when you think about the fact that when you think about people out there with ELDs who shouldn't have them, people out there with their feet on the dashboard looking at their phones, and I'm not just talking about truck drivers, I'm talking about, sorority girls, exactly what I'm talking about, moms who aren't paying attention. I mean, the people have turned their cars into living rooms, and we're not at the automatic vehicle moment yet either. And all of these people are driving, and then you put on a non-English proficient, non-domiciled driver who shouldn't be here, who, as you said, has never driven. That's a recipe for disaster.
Martin and I were talking coming in from the airport in New Orleans today. Like, I'm on my way to get him, no traffic. Coming back in, we started getting a little bit of the rush hour. So we're talking about that. And he mentions, he's in Houston, which is known for heavy traffic. 8 million people now, Martin? And
close to that in the greater Houston area.
I thought his comment was great. He said, it's like driving, if you take the entire state of Louisiana and throw Mississippi in there, it still doesn't add up to the amount of people in Houston, Texas alone.
No.
So think about that for a second.
Well, back to Matt's comment, though, the two organizations are working very hard to try to clean up the TPR, or work with and be the eyes, ears, and to be fair to Federal Motor Carrier, they're listening, but it's like everything else. You want enforcement faster than what they can produce it, but it is going in the right direction. And hats off to the group of there's about 9 or 10 of us that have worked hours and hours on that, made trips to DC, talked to everyone that we could.
I'll give Patrick Neiman's a shout out. Was at a CVTA event recently. He was on stage, took a lot of heat.
Right.
And to his credit, one of the things I like that he said is, and this ended up going over. I think it was like a 45-minute session that went probably an hour and a half. And he said, let's not have you talking behind my back or saying something when we leave here. Let's get it all out in the open now. And it was mainly about the TPR.
Right.
That's an important thing to remember too, guys. You got to have these conversations with the people that matter. There's nothing worse than being in a meeting and nobody says anything, and then you leave the meeting and everybody. It just makes me want to start punching people in the face.
That's exactly what Patrick.
Faculty meetings, by the way.
Yeah. Patrick Neiman says that at every meeting. if you have a question, ask me now. Don't say I wish you would have asked. And the same thing happened at a recent meeting we had in D.C. with them. And he brought several people with him. Nikki McDavid, which many people know.
She was there as well. Nikki was
head
there.
of CDL. And they answered every question and stayed for, well over 2 hours and interacted. So, we have the ear of the right people. They're working on it. And it's just, we want it faster. But yes, they have put a bunch of schools out there for that they have taken off the TPR, and then, of course, notification of removal, which that will take a process, and then they will be off. It's well over 2,000.
Before we take this break, guys, Trucker Bosun is, I would call it kicking tuckus and taking nomenclatures. When I started at Werner, after school, they tried to give me a 22-year-old trainer with barely a year of experience over the road. I can say that. You guys don't have to comment whatsoever about that. Thank you, Trucker Bosun. Brad, before I hit this break, what is your favorite music or streaming service in where you get your podcast or your music?
Spotify.
You go to Spotify. Okay. Keep that in mind when we come right back on the other side. Sergio Avedian is in for the surprise of his life when he gets bombarded with questions from 4 people, not 2, not 1. We'll be right back on Nemo Nation. Thank you, Dave. Scream, Dave. No, he don't care. He's going to the restroom. Out like a shot. We'll be right back, guys.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/Radio Nemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
Hey, by the way, Brad, so you said that Spotify is the place to be. You took out your phone. I asked you to type in Education Station. Yep. Into Spotify, and of course, what came up? Education Station, a Radio Nemo podcast.
Yes,
all
indeed.
of those episodes, every single one, every week since the first week of June, is available on platforms everywhere, not just Spotify, but Pandora, any place else you get your podcast from.
Yeah, it's been really kind of life-changing, I think, for people that have been on the air in the last couple of months with you guys, how quickly you get things posted. YouTube is another great example. Got tons of feedback from people that have been interviewed and like within a day being able to actually get that. And in years past, different platforms, that didn't happen. So kudos to you guys for being everywhere and being very quick about getting those things posted.
This is also really cool. Thank you very much. And this sets it up as well. I typed in Sergio Avadian, by the way. And of course, the Rideshare Dojo came up, Rideshare Rodeo Productions came up, but also RadioNemo guest interviews came up, Gig Economy Insider, autonomous vehicles in the gig economy. We actually came up when you type in his name, and the reason is because he is like us. He is both now and forever. He is a ubiquitous character, especially in the rideshare area. He's joined us a number of times, and the last time, and Martin Garcia and Brad Bentley and Dave Nemo were all here for Nemo Nation. The last time he joined us, guys, he talked about the idea of what automated vehicles are doing to the rideshare space. But he did, in the midst of talking about some of the brilliance and the chilliness of what's going on, he did also make mention that there might be possibilities for the entrepreneurial spirit to still endure, even with the onset of automated vehicles. He joins us this morning. You can find him, by the way, at SergioAvadian.com and at therideshareguy.com. Sergio, welcome back as always. We're thrilled to have you. How you been? Do I got me a Sergio? Or is everybody dropping this morning?
Hello.
Sergio, you there?
Yep.
Oh.
Good morning. Welcome back, my friend. How you been?
Yeah, I'm here.
You been good?
Excellent. Thank you for having me again.
You got it. So let's kind of dig into this, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, let's dig into what you were talking about before.
Can you guys hear me?
He can't hear us, Dre. He cannot hear me. So we're going to get that figured out for him. And
while you're waiting for Sergio to get hooked up, Martin, you said something a little bit earlier, a little off topic, but when I went to NASTC, they were kind enough to have me picked up by a limousine service.
Wow.
Got picked up in a 2026 Cadillac Escalade. Never seen anything like it. Take the whole dashboard as a screen. The driver's it's broken up into thirds. When you're driving, the forward-facing camera is in view at all times. Then if you hit your blinker to change lanes, the middle part of the screen flashes up the rear view cameras. But the old-fashioned 1957 rear view mirror in the windshield?
Sure.
That is a camera now. And you cannot take your eyes off of it, especially if you're in the back seat. I don't know, man. It's unbelievable.
Martin Garcia was not picked up in a Cadillac Escalade this morning. It was a 2011 Volkswagen Jetta.
The guy told me how much it cost.
Wow.
I said, well, these. I told him I was in trucking. He asked me and everything. I said, well, yeah, some of these trucks now, they're like $200,000. He says, this car was $150,000.
I believe it.
Let that sink in. By the way, we actually have him back. Seasoned entrepreneur, an independent consultant who specializes in the gig economy. He's got a deep expertise across platforms like Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, Grubhub, and Instacart. Sergio is back, and for the past 6 years, he served as a senior contributor to the Rideshare Guy. We are thrilled to have him back here. He's been on CNBC, Bloomberg, The Wall Street Journal. I could go on. I should go on. But Sergio, let's try this again. Can you hear me now?
All right. Can you guys hear me now?
We can hear you fine, brother. We can hear you fine. Can you hear us?
Absolutely.
I can hear you both.
Okay. Okay. So let's talk about this. The last time we all spoke, we were talking about the invasive quality of automated vehicles into the rideshare area and the threat that it posed. But we kind of wanted to flip the script and asked you if, as an entrepreneur and as people who are in the space already, are there ways of small business owners and small entrepreneurs to still be able to make a living in the rideshare space? And what does that look like?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do deal with rideshare drivers, obviously, and they're very concerned about getting replaced by robots, as we call it, right? Autonomous vehicles. And there is no shortage of them. Waymo is the leading candidate at the moment. They're testing in many cities, but besides testing, they're operational commercially in San Francisco, Phoenix, Los Angeles, all the way to Austin, to Atlanta now, and then they just launched in Denver and Seattle. So there was one thing that caught my eye in all this is that Waymos usually do not operate in inclement weather cities or states. While Denver, it snows. Seattle, it rains 300 days a year. So we'll see how they're going to do, but they're expanding their operations. So what I thought about this is that when I do talk to my community by thousands of drivers, they're very concerned that they're going to get replaced. In fact, I just wrote an article on our blog that even with limited scale and geofenced areas in all these cities, the drivers that I talk to are complaining about their earnings already declining, right? So I thought, okay, how do we put this together? Because my background is Wall Street. I was on Wall Street for about 28 years as a derivatives and equities trader. And I said, okay, how do we make money? How do we have skin in the game? And then, I started putting, pencil to pen, pen and to paper. And then I said, we need to create a business plan. We need to see if this is first possible. Well, sure enough, it is possible. And it's going to take a lot of work. But I think, as drivers, we're going to have some skin in the game.
Can you unpack what that looks like a little bit? I don't want to get you too much into anything proprietary, I know, but is there, like I said, can you kind of give us what the 30,000-foot view of that model looks like? Is it possible to talk about that?
Absolutely, yeah. There are things that we can talk about. None of what I'm saying is, is all public information, but, there are some things that we're working on that has to be kept quiet for the moment. First of all, this will all depend on the speed and the scope of the technology improving, right? Even we see, we see in the news and we see in clips in TikTok and other social media platforms sometimes how these Waymos are having trouble. Okay, I live in Los Angeles. I've been in about 10 of these so far. I can unequivocally say that they have improved. My first trip was about 6 months ago in Los Angeles, and then I just took one this weekend, and they're continuously improving their driving habits, let's say. The last one I was in even did a couple of semi-illegal maneuvers, like picking me up at a red curb, so before they wouldn't do that. So they are more and more driving like humans, obviously, but then they're adhering to all those traffic laws but they're aggressive. They're a lot more aggressive than people think they are as far as their driving habits are concerned. So as the business side of it is going to be very similar to something called REITs. If you heard about it, or you may even be invested in one, Real Estate Investment Trust, right? So we're going to call these MITs, Mobility Investment Trusts. The way it's going to start is, most of this is going to depend on what Elon Musk is doing with Tesla, because I believe Tesla is going to be the one that can actually even upend Waymo. Now, at the moment, scalability is the issue. Waymo does not produce the cars. They buy the cars. Most of the Waymos that are out there in circulation at the moment are Jaguar I-Paces. And we know the dependability of Jaguars, but then what they do is they put them in a factory and they retrofit these cars with LiDAR and cameras and radars and all that equipment. So what that does is that puts the price per car through the roof. They're basically $125,000 to $150,000, including the cost of the car. And then they're doing $10 trips. So obviously unit economics is not there. In order for me to be successful at this as an entrepreneur, I have to look at all the angles, but ultimately we're all trying to make some money, right? We're all, my goal is in this to create passive income for myself, my investors, and the driver community, because why not, earn some cash while you're sleeping? It's going to operate as an MIT, which is Mobility Investment Trust, very, very similar to Real Estate Investment Trust. But in order to even get there, we need to understand, first of all, how do we start and operate an AV fleet, okay? I mean, there's a lot of moving parts in this. It's not as simple as me saying, oh, yeah, I'm going to go buy 1,000 cars from Tesla when they're out there. So at the moment, we have two competitors in this, but we have many other companies that are working on autonomous vehicles.
I'm going to turn this over. Oh, I'm sorry, Sergio. I'm going to turn this over for a second to our friend, President of Fastport, Brad Bentley, who has a question for you.
Okay.
Not so much a question, just a comment. I did a Waymo for the first time in San Francisco a few months ago. It was only a few blocks. Did it more for curiosity than anything, but was impressed with it. But it was limited to your point. I've always thought about what's going to happen in inclement weather and so forth. As far as a funding mechanism, it's interesting you mentioned REITs. When I was at Truckload Carriers, we had actually invested in that, and that was one of the ways that we were able to pay off the building. There at TCA. So I learned a lot about REITs during those couple of years up in D.C. So be interested to see if Tesla takes the lead or not.
Mostly they put, apartment buildings or commercial, commercial real estate into it, and then they'll kick out a dividend. So it's going to operate the same way. But before I even get there to the operation part or the finance part of it, we need to understand how to put a fleet together. Again, as I said, all of this is mostly going to depend on Elon Musk and Tesla. So Elon Musk had in fact, it was literally in my backyard. He had an announcement about a year ago about robocabs, right? And then there was a demonstration done. These things are 2-seaters, small. Now you're going to say, why 2-seaters? Because 96% of the trips on Uber and Lyft are 2 people or less. And they had the gull-wing doors. I'm sure if you do Google Tesla RoboCab, you'll see the picture of it or what it's kind of going to look like. And in this business, the important thing is obviously the cost structure. So where are we with this? Because there is no way I will go spend $50,000-$60,000 on an OEM car such as Honda Ioniq, or obviously they're going to be electric. So spend the money on that, retrofit it, put the LiDARs and lasers and radars and cameras on it, and then put it out there to do trips. As we know, vehicles depreciate, folks, and these things are going to drive. They're going to drive 22, 23, 20, minimum of 20 hours a day between charging and cleaning. So, as I said, there are many moving parts, but going back to it, first you have to have a framework of how to even start a business like this, okay, and how to operate an AV fleet. Well, most of the time, what I'm thinking of doing is I do have relationships, obviously, with Uber and Lyft. They're the 2 largest rideshare companies in the country. Well, obviously, Uber being globally, and Lyft is also expanding globally now. Well, they do have an existing network already. Network meaning they have created this amazing marketplace. They have created this demand. And, once the fleet is done, obviously you're going to go partner up either with Uber or Lyft, or if Tesla at that time do have their own network, then, you can operate it on the Tesla network. But who has the customers already? Well, Uber and Lyft do. So we're not at that point, but first, whose network am I going to hook up this fleet on? But before we even do any of this, what we need to understand is, where do I get the vehicles? Which vehicle is it going to be? Which system do I trust? Obviously, safety is a major issue with these things. Safety is a major issue with humans driving, obviously. And then so my choice is going to be Tesla RoboCabs. 1, cost structure. 2, dollars per mile cost, obviously, is going to be very important, because that's your bread and butter. You got to know what your costs are. According to Elon, as we know, Elon does promise a lot and then delivers late, or sometimes doesn't even deliver. But then, although he's a genius, let's say, but his track record is not great. But if anything comes close to what he mentioned during that announcement about a year ago, my vehicle choice is going to be the Tesla RoboCab. He said these vehicles are going to be about $25,000 to $30,000 a pop. Now, at that time, at that number, the cost structure and the unit economics makes a lot of sense to me. Okay, and so I'm like, okay, that's my vehicle choice. The other thing is, Tesla but it is at the moment the only vertically integrated company. So Waymo cannot scale as fast as they would like to, because they have to go to a Toyota or a Hyundai or a Jaguar, buy the car, retrofit it, then put it on the road. The other thing is the operating systems in both companies between Tesla and Waymo are completely different. One depends on the LiDAR system, and the other one is just on a camera and AI system. I haven't been one in Tesla. Tesla is testing in San Francisco, actually. I'm going to be in San Francisco about a month from now. So I have a presentation with Lyft, because I do really would like, my goal is to have drivers have skin in the game, and then invest in something like this. Invest in something that potentially is going to take their livelihood away. Invest in something that they can have passive income on. But so the vehicle choice is going to be Tesla. Then once I choose my AV technology partner, right? So let's say you buy the cars. The second level is going to be obtaining regulatory approval. Obviously, the regulators are not going to let these things go out in the streets by the thousands. Okay, well, first of all, it's going to also create traffic issues potentially, because where do you park them? What do they do when they're not busy? What do they do when there's no passenger in the car? So the regulatory approvals is going to be important. How do we deal with this? And then there are state regulatory bodies, such as in California we have the DMV, the CPUC, and then in Arizona we have the DOT, obviously in Texas the DPS. So, and then we have to meet federal standards, because I just don't want to do this in California. Maybe I want to do it in 3-4 different cities at the same time. So, and obviously the federal regulators are NHTSA, National Highway Transportation Safety, and so those have to be done. Obviously, there's a lot of legal framework that needs to go with all this. Then the easy part starts, which is the acquiring and configuring the fleet. So the purchase or lease of the compatible AV vehicle, which is going to be, our choice is going to be the Tesla RoboCab, just because of the cost structure, and obviously because of the servicing needs if it comes to that, and then retrofitting all these cars. Well, in the Tesla's case, since they use camera systems and these things are going to come out of the factory ready to go, we don't have to worry about that part and increasing the cost of the vehicle. Then obviously we're going to have to figure out build and a fleet operations center. Now, once I hook them up to Uber or Lyft network, or if Tesla has one at that time, because creating the Uber app, something similar to an Uber app or a Lyft app, is pretty simple. But then operating it is going to take some work. Now, I'm going to personally, at this point, I have kind of thought about this. Do I want to even create an operations center, or do I put that out as a third party, outsource it? I think that's going to be also a pretty big business. Where do these things get cleaned up? Where do they get parked? Where do they, when they're idle, where do they get cleaned? Where do they get fixed? And I think outsourcing is going to be the best way to go at this, as opposed to start from scratch. Then comes obviously the integration with Uber or Lyft network. So we need to connect it to an AV fleet, via Uber's fleet API, because Uber is actually dealing with a lot of companies. And I see the future of this as Uber being the number one in rideshare at the moment in the country and globally, obviously. They do 1.2 million trips per hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so they're the largest. So obviously you go with the largest one because they're going to keep your cars busy. In this game, utilization rates are going to be very, very important, obviously. Then you have to hire some operational staff, obviously servicing, as far as customer service calls and things like that. One of the most important aspects of this is going to be, which I don't know yet, if Tesla is going to, my choice of vehicle is going to be the Tesla RoboCab. So obviously the regulators are not going to let you have these things out there without proper insurance. Obviously there has to be commercial insurance done. There has to be licensing done. Is Tesla going to offer that? I am not sure yet. We're not there yet. But, we're just basically putting the skeleton of the plan together at the moment. as I said, the plan for maintenance and charging is going to. There are many third-party companies now. As we know, by the way, there's a lot of empty parking lots and things like that I know of in LA. I think those are going to be all turned into operation centers and maintenance and charging stations for these AV fleets. I think this is the future of transportation. Either you just kind of look at the end of the tunnel, see the light as a driver, or as a businessman, and I think this is the future. And I believe in major cities, metropolitan areas with over, let's say 1 million plus, or at least 500,000 plus residents. I think the AVs are going to replace drivers. And
Sergio, I'm going to put the brakes on you for 1 second because, man, you have just lit us up like a Christmas tree, and everybody here actually has questions for you. I'm going to start with Brad, by the way. Go ahead, Brad.
I'm curious from a global perspective. One of the things I've seen is, let's say you're in Denmark. You've got Dan Taxi, for example, that's partnering with the local taxi people. Get in England does the same thing. Free Now. Bolt, there's so many others that do that. Would that be part of the business plan, is to try to partner with those companies who are combining rideshare with traditional taxi companies?
They are actually. Lyft just bought Free Now about 2 months ago for $200 million. So they are. There seems like there's a lot of consolidation going on in that space as well. My concept in all of this, my goal in all of this is just to create some passive income for myself and the driver community. And that's why I'm going up to San Francisco, by the way. Lyft is very interested in the concept, like how they're more human about this than any other company that I've spoken to. Uber, I don't think they care. And to me, it's like,
they're being Uber. So Uber is basically being Uber, is what you're telling me. I mean, that's
yeah. You guys know about Uber. There you go. Look, Uber. The most important thing for Uber is the share price. Look, I'm not blaming them. I mean, they have a fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders, and they got to do what they got to do. But then there's a human cost in this. There's a human side in this. And in the U.S., there's about 5 million rideshare drivers. I'm not saying gig workers. I'm not talking delivery now. Just rideshare. That's a lot of folks who are going to get hurt. And most of these people feel like they're stuck in a box. They don't have an out. They feel like they're on a hamster wheel. They're just basically using their cars like an ATM machine to pay a few bills. And when that goes away, what are these people going to do? I mean, look, it's very easy for tech bros, by the way, to just get out there and say, oh, yeah, look what happened when steam engine replaced the horse and buggy. No, this is much, much, much larger than that. I mean, you guys have a trucking radio station. I have concerns about that. I mean, there's going to be autonomous trucks coming around pretty soon. So what are these people going to do? How do we retrain all these people? And then already college students, newly graduates, are figuring out that AI is replacing them. I mean, I think this country is going to go, or the globe actually, is going to go through this transition, I want to call it, and hopefully things come out okay on the other side. But then business doesn't sleep, right? You need to do what you need to do. You need to see what's coming at you. And maybe the light at the end of the tunnel is not the exit, it's the train coming at you. And then you need to figure out what to do.
Yeah, the lights of the advancing semi. Sergio, I told Dave, and he agreed with me. I said, after we had you on for 10 minutes, I said, we can get him on for 30 minutes, and it ain't going to be enough time. We are out of it. Thank you, by the way, for contributing, as you always do so brilliantly. Senior Vice President of Prudential Securities for over 25 years, where he was in equities and derivatives traders. He has been both a driver and a consumer on multiple gig platforms. He offers a very unique top-down perspective, and if you can tell, he cares deeply about the men and women who drive across this country to make a living at it. SergioAvadian.com, therideshareguy.com. As always, we hope we get you back sooner rather than later. Thank you, Sergio.
I would love to come back. Yeah, I think we cut this short due to technical issues. But I have the plans. I'm going to make it happen. I don't quit that easily. I'm not going to just bend over to the tech bros because they just want to do something. But at the same time, how do we benefit all these folks who may be out of a job soon?
Thank you very much. And Sergio's out there making sure that you guys don't get the FBFB, or as I call it, the ferocious business from behind. We got to take a little break here. We're going to come back on the other side as Nemo Nation continues. Great folks coming up, and our friends from SAP are going to be here, Dave, after our next guest. Carrie is going to be terrific. Hold on tight. Brad Bentley, Martin Garcia, Dave Nemo, of course, sitting at the center of it all. Nemo Nation continues after this.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
We've reached the final hour, the post trip on Nemo Nation. Take it away, Phone Master Dre.
That I can with Dave Nemo, Brad Bentley, Jimmy Mack. We got the whole place in here. Good morning.
Martin Garcia's
Martin
in the
Garcia.
Martin Garcia.
Hi, Martin.
By the way, guys, just to let you know, our friend Mr. B himself, The Beach, says autonomous doesn't scare me at all, especially from a CDLA perspective, so far out from that taking over. But it can scare off individuals now interested in maybe getting their CDLA. And one of the things that I always think about is sometimes the threat of technology becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that suddenly a lot of people are like, well, why would I get involved in that? If I get involved in that, I won't have a job. And then they stop going and learn how to do it, and then they accelerate the process by which automated vehicles take over.
One of the things we hear now, meeting with service members when we're at a military base with Hiring a Hero, they'll ask about which jobs do I have to worry about AI or the robots taking over.
Mm.
The narrative is out there. Everybody is thinking about it, regardless of what industry they're looking at.
Yeah, also your funding agencies that fund programs like truck driver training and that type of stuff, federal or grant programs that are block grants, that type of thing. They always ask that question. If we train someone, how long are they going to be a driver before that's taken over? And we, those of us in the industry believe it's going to be a long time. But yet the information's out there and people see it and hear it and think it's, there's 50 loads a day, I think, come out of Houston going to Dallas or to San Antonio. But they still have a driver there. In fact, they have a technician and a driver. So actually right now it takes two people to do one truck.
Autonomous loads.
Right. Autonomous load. Yeah. And so, at some point that'll go away and it'll be we'll see some of that, but there's still going to be a huge role for the drivers. And we could talk all day about what autonomous trucks can't do. that drivers can do.
Well,
So-
and the other thing was Sergio got a head of steam. We didn't get a chance to talk about the self-fulfilling prophecy and what it could do to the rideshare space. We didn't talk about the fact is people making transitions to becoming both security agents and maintenance providers for these
Right.
things. Because I got to tell you, if nobody's behind the wheel of a truck and it breaks down, what exactly is the plan to deal with that particular situation, especially in a 12-car pileup? There's no discussion of that. We got another guest coming in here. Dave will do the introductions. But before we get to that introduction, I will ask Phone Master Dre to give me a little bit of transition here.
Carrie Wierchowski is joining us here on the program this morning. She is the DIPCVSA, the Director of Inspection Programs at the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance. Carrie, good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. How are you doing today?
Oh, doing good, doing great. It's good to talk to you again. Brakes,
You as well.
brakes. When you look at the calendar, CVSA, you guys do, the big Inspectorama that used to be in June, but went to, what's the month right before
It went
June?
to May.
May, there you go.
Yeah.
And that goes back to the late 80s. And then we have different things. And Brake Safety Week is always a really anticipated event because it is an event. And these 1, 2, or 3 day events or week-long events really provide a snapshot of the trucking industry for good or bad, fair or not, it is what it is. And those numbers basically live with us. So we always kind of go to the out-of-service rate. And you pretty much expect some things. Were there any surprises, or was it what it was expected to be?
Well, I mean, you never know what it's expected to be, and you always hope that the numbers go down. And in actuality, this year they went up slightly. They went up from 13% up to 15.1%. So, nothing grossly surprising, but we always strive to hope they go down for obvious reasons. So there were 1,199 combinations of vehicles put out of service for the 20% service brakes. That to me is not surprising. That is usually our number one reason why trucks do go out of service for brake-related violations during that week.
Talk to us, Jimmy Mack here. Talk to us about the scope of the inspections. I mean, I know a lot of people know it's big, know it's happening, ubiquitous, ever-present everywhere. But what is the actual scope in regards to the participants and the number of places where people can be expected to be stopped and people can be expected to be asked to kind of show that they are brake worthy?
Yeah. So unlike International Road Check, which is the one in May, where they do level 1 inspections and they inspect everything, in a lot of cases during this week, the inspectors are stopping the vehicles and they are doing level 1s and they are inspecting everything, but we focus on brake data for this week. So most jurisdictions do participate in the event. There may be reasons why some don't. We had 52 of our jurisdictions in North America, 9 from Canada, 9 provinces or territories from Canada, 42 from the United States, and Mexico all participated. And keep in mind that our focus for this week is solely on brakes. And it is an educational week, so we also supply a flyer that inspectors can give out to drivers to get them to be more aware of what they can check during their pre- and post-trip inspections on a daily basis. So a lot of jurisdictions will go and do brake awareness things at the truck stops or something else, just not enforcement related, more educational related during this week in time.
It went from 13 to 15, which sound 15 and a half, I think you said. That to me sounds like a pretty big jump. And when you're talking brakes, I guess any little number can be a big number too. But is that as bad as I think it sounds?
The thing is, and I wanted to make sure that I made this mention because I was looking at the data like last month when it came in before we released the data. And what I've seen, because they also supply to me the information in regard to what type of trucks they're inspecting. So I will tell you that a lot of the trucks, the numbers that are increasing are hydraulic and electric type vehicles. So the smaller motor carriers that are maybe over the 10,000, but not over the 26,000. So not necessarily tractor trailers. So I don't know for certain, but I wanted to make sure that any of your listeners that are in that area, you know, it's just as important to inspect your brakes if you're driving a hydraulic truck with electric brake trailers. And, you know, if you're pulling that electric brake trailer, make sure you have a battery in your breakaway. Your breakaway cable is connected to your power unit. Because when I was on the road, I can tell you that was a huge out of service issue for drivers that just have their breakaway cable wrapped around the tongue of their trailer, or they never inspect their breakaway and the battery's been dead for 5 years. Those are out of service conditions, and if you are stopped, it's really easy to inspect as a driver in the morning and make sure those things are working. And if they're not, now you're out of service on the side of the road. So I can't say for certain, but I do believe that some of that increase might be for those smaller CMVs that are out there that generally we're not focused on, that maybe they're being focused on a little bit more.
Carrie, maybe you can correct me, but it's my understanding that so much of this, you talk about the idea of the educational component, and it's why it's so important that drivers actually, you know, work with the men and women out there on the road doing this. It's as much an educational situation for those on the inspection side and those on the law enforcement side as well, correct? We're giving these people an opportunity to do up-close work in the field, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when, you know, anytime, and I always say this to industry and I say this to drivers, and when I was on the roadside, you know, when you're placed out of service, if you don't know why or you don't understand what's going on or where it says what it says in the regulation or the out of service, ask the question. The inspector has to know the answer to that question. And, you know, take the flyers that the inspectors give you during these events and have a look at them, because that's what they're for. They're not for the inspectors to learn how to inspect a truck. We modify them every single time we change the target focus of these events. So this year it was on drums and rotors. So it's all educational on how drivers can check that stuff while they're doing their inspection so that they make sure they're not cracked, broken, rusted, etc. So, you know, we try to get that information out to the drivers because, you know what, they're the first line of defense. If I saw your truck once in my lifetime at Roadsign, I was lucky. The driver gets to see it every day. They're the ones that are going to find this stuff before enforcement does.
Before we get back to questions, Carrie Worochowski joins us this morning as CVSA's Director of Inspection Programs. By the way, she started over the Ontario Ministry of Transportation and advanced through the ranks to lead the enforcement program evaluation within the Carrier Safety and Enforcement Branch. Prior to joining CVSA in 2017 on that area, she served as CVSA's Vehicle Committee Chair, Co-Chair of the North American Inspection Championship Program in Region 5, Canada President. Carrie, by the way, is a former CVSA inspector and instructor developer, and she is CVSA's 2001 NAIC Grand Champion. So we want to make sure we're all clear that she knows of what she speaks. Can you tell us, our listeners out there, as well, what kind of planning goes into executing the week? Because while it does have a certain organic feel to it, it really has to be kind of thought through. You're talking, we asked you to lay out the partners, the jurisdictions, but it really requires some serious coordination. How long did one of these things take to plan? You're going to tell me a year, aren't you?
Well, we meet twice a year. So we meet in the spring and we meet in the fall, where I saw you in the fall when we were in New Orleans. And, you know, I would say that Operation Air Brake, it's a program from CVSA, and it's a large group of folks. Probably half of them are industry people, to be honest, and the rest of them are enforcement. And every year we talk about, hey, what do we want to focus on? Why do we want to focus on this, that, or the other? For 2 years, we focused on brake linings and pads. Then we flipped over to rotors and drums because that's what the brake pads and linings touch. Plus, the industry indicated to us that the requirements for making brake linings and pads changed as of last year. So they wanted us to collect data on the condition of rotors and rotors and drums over the course of the next couple of years to see what impact the change in linings and pads may have on the wear of the drums and rotors. So a lot of times the data we collect specifically on something is something that industry wants us to collect, because honestly, they don't get a lot of roadside data, so they come to us to ask us for that data. And in the meantime, we're still inspecting the brake system from stem to stern and reporting out all the data, but we specifically focused on brake drums and rotors for two reasons. One, to educate the drivers, but two, to provide some information back to the industry so they can do better when manufacturing things in some cases.
You know, Carrie, you said something there that I want to pull out because it's really significant. The trucking companies asked for information. They wanted you to emphasize something in inspections. In other words, this is not a top-down kind of a thing. It's a collaborative effort. CVSA is an association that includes OEMs and trucking companies and safety folks and all kinds of folks, not just law enforcement and DOT. And I think that's a point that isn't made enough, I think, about CVSA.
No, I can't agree with you more on that one. And I, coming from the enforcement side of things from 30 years of inspecting trucks, can honestly say to you that I've learned more from industry and more from the OEMs and everybody else about what should be in the out-of-service criteria and what should not be in the out-of-service criteria. And I explained it. I was just doing a presentation on Saturday morning to drivers, and I said, you know, without the collaboration between the OEMs, the motor carriers, and enforcement together in a room coming up with your out-of-service criteria, I'm not sure what it would say. And I would kind of be terrified to know what it would say, because sometimes it takes us 3 years to get there, but we end up getting there in a fair manner because everybody in there has their say.
Okay, so tell us what's next. Tell us, like, in regards to, like, as you put this all together for the next one. Tell us, when you guys go about the consideration process of all of this kind of stuff, what's got you most interested? Where is your brain headed right now? What are you looking to see in the next couple of months? I hate being so wide open about that, but I'm kind of curious as to where you're at.
I see a lot of things in the next couple of months, but as far as Brake Safety Week goes, I mean, when I look at this data and when we study this data, because there's another group at CVSA also that looks at this data in regard to the performance-based brake testers. That's a whole nother group. So we look at those things and we say, hey, where is this stuff going? What do we see? We did conclude at our Operation Air Brake meeting in the fall in Denver that we do want to do the same focus again next year, because 1 year of data doesn't tell you a whole lot. So we're going to focus on drums and rotors again next year to see whether things are getting better, whether things are getting worse. And then again, back to my previous comment about the brake linings and pad change, we kind of need a 2-year span to see. We have to let them operate out there for a little while to see whether or not there is any impact or not. And then we will have a conversation next year about a new focus. And in some cases, it stems from what are we seeing on roadside? What do we feel that the drivers need to be educated in? That's a big one. What are they not inspecting during their trip inspection that they need to? And where do we want to push the focus?
And by the way, thank you, Carrie, for actually understanding what the hell I was asking you, because it was the most convoluted version of, like, where's your focus going to be next and what are you looking at in particular. Thank you so much, by the way. It's great to have you back. It's great to have your voice on the air. Welcome to Nemo Nation. We will talk more at you soon. Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, you got it.
And CVSA released the Brake Safety Week results this morning as we speak. So if you go to cvsa.org, it's right there at the top of the page, and take a look at it.
Thank you, Carrie. We're going to take a deep breath here. Dre will play us some transitional music, and we'll get a chance to talk to people we've been dying to talk to all morning, at least one of them. We'll get a chance to kind of dig in on this level. But Dre, if you'd be so kind as to play me a little transitional music.
want to be in that band.
Jared Riorda is nice as well, by the way. Do you know this dude? You know this guy?
I think I've met him on occasion.
Yeah, the
Hey.
vice president of Travel Center Operations over at Sapp Brothers joins us this morning. Let's just begin by saying congratulations. And then there was
He
nothing.
was so overwhelmed he fainted.
Hey, Jared, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning. How are you guys this morning?
Fine, man. So you guys have a big opening. You guys must be over the moon about what you guys got going on, right?
We do. We're super excited. We're opening up our 18th travel center out here in southern Utah, and sunny, warm weather out here. It's just a beautiful place.
Oh, fantastic. Boy, you picked a good day because up in Montana, they got snowed under like about a month ago almost, and the weather is coming on. So you're out there at exit 27 on I-15, eh?
Yep. A little town called Tokerville, just north of St. George, Utah.
Yeah.
On Highway 50, on the Interstate 15.
Now, that's by Zion National Park, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. The exit where the customers come off of I-15 is leads you right to the main gate of Zion.
So, and this marks the 18th Sapp Brothers Travel Centers. It's amazing. Okay, you could say, well, this company has 300 and this company has 400 and we have 18, but you guys have a name that everybody in the trucking world knows right off. You know, they know what the coffee pot means, they know what it looks like, and they know what to expect when they get there. You guys have made a mark in this industry through the decades, going back to for as long as I have, and that's saying something. So can we kind of just check off some of the things? Is there something there that is like at no other Sapp Brothers?
The one difference is we have a bigger food offering. We have 4 different concepts within the travel center, so it's a much bigger footprint for the food and QSR world compared to the rest of our travel centers.
Ah, gotcha. And you have Beans and Brews, which is a great coffee house too, if I remember.
Yep, absolutely. We have that. We have our Burrito Bros, our QSR burrito, made to order burritos, and then our Coffee Kettle Cafe, which is a full service sit down cafe, and then we also have our chicken and grab and go program throughout the travel center.
You know, with us here, Martin Garcia from the National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools, and I almost got that out there without a blip. And Brad Bentley, who is the president of Fastport, along with Jimmy Mack, are here in the studio with us. But I got to tell you, when I looked through the notes that you guys sent down, I had to go to Google and look something up because I thought it was a misprint. You guys have a dirty soda bar. Do y'all know what a dirty soda is, guys? Yep. Phone Master Dre knows.
You got to tell people what this is. Explain to people a dirty soda bar. It's a new concept.
So it's a new concept for Sapp Brothers. It's basically it's a soda fountain that has all kinds of different flavors, whether it's cream or pineapple, all kinds of different things. You can build your own drink. We have some, I think we have 7 individual drinks that are, it's a exciting new style of soda with different flavors in it.
And that takes me back 50 years ago to Little League Baseball. When you would finish the game, you'd go to the concession stand and you would get a suicide. You just have whoever's working it going down the line, just putting the different flavors in there.
You betcha.
Yeah.
My grandkids still do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, we just heard Martin say his grandkids still do that, Brad and I. And by the way, that's the big thing at Little League. In New Orleans, of course, we had a snowball variation of that when you get your hands on a couple of syrups. But that really is, in many ways, kind of the feel of what you guys want to create, because Dave and I were talking about going through the notes, things made by hand in front of you, opportunities to have a little bit of fun, to make it more of an event. There really is a sense of that kind of old-timey feel to it, the idea that you want to create, in some ways, the feeling that people remember they used to have, as much as creating a new feeling. It's about kind of returning to the past and bringing those best practices from the past forward, right?
Absolutely. We want to have those face-to-face interactions. We're here to bless and serve, and we want to do that to the best the way we can and be as personable as we can. Our motto is welcome, be our guest, and we truly want everybody to come in and be our guest so we can bless and serve them.
Has the official, today is October 27th, Teddy Roosevelt's birthday, by the way. Has the ribbon cutting ceremony already taken place?
We have done the ribbon cutting, and we also raised the flag. We got a 40 by 80 flag that we rose up right next to our big coffee pot marquee up in the air. It's pretty cool looking.
I was going to ask, I was like, how close, what's its proximity to the coffee pot? That's kind of terrific, by the way. And also, I'm just going to say, any place that literally has, individual stalls with heated seats, I have to be able to get behind. That's terrific. I'll just say heated seats and leave it at that, guys. That's kind of spectacular.
What kind of seat is that?
Explain.
The one that's inside of a stall. I think I've explained myself rather well, and I think the
stall seat. I got it now. The stall seat.
But what I'm getting at here is that all of this is not just kind of done because you think it's cool. It's done because you guys really listen to drivers. You really talk to the people out there on the road, and you want to make sure they understand that their concerns and what they're looking for the most comfort. Talk to us a little bit about how you guys work with drivers to make sure they get the experience they want.
We spend a lot of time on the floor talking with our customers, whether it's in our service centers, the travel center, and the cafe. And we're their home away from home. Some of our customers see us more than they see their families. So we want to make sure that we have a facility that can accommodate whatever their needs are while they're out here and away from their families. We want to do it as clean as we possibly can, and make sure that they have a clean, safe, comfortable place to stop while they're out alongside the road. So, just a lot of interaction. We love talking to our customers. We like spending time with them out on the floor.
You just said something about a driver is going to see you guys more than he'll see his family at home, and that just took me back like 50 years, in trucking. And when I think of Sapp Brothers, I think truck stop. I know everything's bright and shiny, and it's travel centers, and you have everything's beautiful. Don't get me wrong, but it's still that coffee pot says it all. It really does. You're spot under the coffee pot.
It's a great reminder, though, that you can have something that is incredibly trucker friendly while still being family friendly at the same time. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, a lot of people miss that point. I remember in the 70s going into truck stops and not having any sense of, I shouldn't be here. I was a kid, and it's like it could be that the idea that it needs to be fun. That when you're stopping, you want to have a little fun. How do you guys create that balance between making a place that is really trucker centric, yet at the same time the people who bring their kids in to stop in and get to the dirty soda bar? How do we make sure that balance is achieved?
I think the main thing is a clean, well lit, safe environment. Right? We staff our travel centers very well. We make sure that they're lit. We make sure that our restrooms are mom approved. We try very hard to make sure that it's just a very lit, clean, safe environment. I think as long as we do that, whether it's the auto traffic, families on vacation, or our commercial truck drivers that have been with us for many, many years, they're all going to stop in. It's just a good place for everyone. And as long as you walk in the door, we want you to be our guest, and we're going to treat you as a guest.
Well, I'm going to be out there in a couple of weeks, and Jimmy Mack has piqued my interest on several things. The coffee kettle, I think you called it, or the coffee whatever, and the heated seat. So I'll give you a report in about 2 weeks.
Yeah, we'll get information from our good friend Martin Garcia, by the way, who essentially runs the National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools. He's joined us this morning. What were you most pleased with at the opening? What made you the happiest?
I just think the overall view of this travel center, it's in the mountains here in the high desert here in southern Utah.
Nice.
And we're in a smaller community that's super excited to have us partner with them and be part of the community. And it was just a really neat environment.
We can't thank you enough for making time. Brad, you got something? You got one more thing?
I'm curious about the backdrop with the mountains. If you have the neon coffee pot, is that something that exists at this location?
Oh, they got
the
it.
signage.
Oh, they got it, man. It's
Yeah.
right, and the flag is flying right next to it, man. So you got
Beautiful.
the mountains with a flag and a big old coffee pot because you know it's hot and you know it's going to be there waiting for you. Hey, man, we can't thank you enough for making the
You got a
time.
video.
And I'm so glad we got you back on the air. We really appreciate it. Go have the best of days and keep the blessings and the service coming. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
You as well. So pleased to have Jared Riorda, the Vice President of Travel Center Operations, join us this morning on Nemo Nation.
Last time I saw him was at Matt's.
When is the last time you've been to a Sap Brothers, Dave?
Whoa, I haven't been very many places for a long time, so it's been a long time.
I've been to one in the last 6 months.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, because you know that Kansas City run area, that area between in the Midwest, there's a ton of them. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, I always stop if I'm up in Omaha near Werner's location. It's right there
That's
next
one
to
of the
it.
best
Yeah.
places to go. That's a great one. We'll be back on the other side. Tom Mullen's going to join us. More congratulations are in order for our friends at the ATHS.
When you're asked if you can do a job, tell them, certainly I can. Then get busy and find out how to do it. Teddy Roosevelt. 17 Sap Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sap Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sap Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sap Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sap Brothers.
Looking for that exit to fun and joy? Join Mac and Cheese on the highway to hilarity. Be a part of the ongoing rolling fun and adventure that is the jokes that come at nonstop paces.
Hey, Mac, I went to a haunted office the other day.
Were you nervous?
I sure was. The accountant said he heard invoices.
Did the ghost wear spreadsheets?
Tune in next time as we shift into fun.
With Mac and Cheese.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
It's one simple act. One simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
You had a thing you wanted to share.
Yeah, Marshall says Sap Brothers never sold out the drivers or themselves. And Trucker Boson said the three I go to on a regular basis are Harrisonville, Missouri.
Nice.
Percival, Iowa, and Omaha, Nebraska.
Nicely done. Brad.
Well, for about 20 years of my life, published driver recruiting magazine. Sap Brothers was one of the locations that we distributed. I always enjoyed visiting the locations, and for years, we worked with Don Quinn, who's retired now at Sap Brothers, but on a lot of things. And early in the days of Fastport, we worked with them on some veteran hiring initiatives. They supported ESGR. I think we did that one year at the Mid-America Trucking Show, and they were one of the signers. So always had a lot of respect for Sapp Brothers. Great facilities.
Sapp Brothers unintentionally proved the reach of the Dave Nemo Show and Dave Nemo Weekends, because I cut a spot. Claire and I did a spot together where I played 3 different people in the spot. And it was about their burnt end steak sandwich.
Oh my goodness!
Remember this story?
Is a classic.
That spot's really fun. Where it's basically these it's Gabby Hayes talking to this guy who's like we're gonna go ride and get some Sapp Brothers and the whole thing ends with the guy taking off on his horse, and at the end of it he takes off on his horse and the guy goes, "Wait a minute, you're my ride." Funny. Sapp Brothers got so many calls for a week because 2 of its Sapp Brothers weren't running the special.
Oh, wow.
And they got calls, man.
I thought you were going to say that was where the burn ends is where the heated seats came from.
Brad Bentley.
And that closes the program this morning.
And Brad Bentley is not only the man at the head of Fastport, but he's the man who actually just sealed the deal. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Hermetically sealed.
Oh, hermetic. Hopefully. It's like, it's a great reminder why people put strips on doors. By the way, you guys know Tom Mullen of Linesville, Pennsylvania? Is a past ATHS president and life member. He is the founder of the American Trucking and Industry Leader Hall of Fame program and serves as its chair. We had a strange thing happen this year. I've emceed it since the beginning.
You
Had
have.
a great time doing it. We're building a studio here in New Orleans, in case you guys didn't know. But also, Lindsay got a major award last week, and it set off all kind of logistical issues over here. I am so thrilled, though, that we actually get a chance to get Tom in here to celebrate, another celebration, guys, of what is going on in the industry beyond just people driving. 4 pioneers were inducted into the 2025 Hall of Fame at the ATHS, and Tom is joining us this morning to discuss that and many other things. Dave, why don't you take it with our old friend from here?
Tom Mullen. Well, first off, good morning, Tom. And before you say anything, I just want to say that Tom is the founder of the American Trucking and Industry Leader Hall of Fame, the ATIL Hall of Fame. And Tom, good morning.
Good morning, Dave, and good morning to Dave, who is inducted in the first round of the Hall of Fame in 2021. Dave was one of our first inductees. Thank you again, Dave.
And the biggest honor I've ever received in or out of this industry, and I mean that sincerely because I have no idea how
That was
I
a
can
great
be in
weekend.
there.
That was a great weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Remember the joy we had at the airport
That
when
was
you, Cheryl, and I
wonderful.
left? We had to go in opposite directions, Tom, and we just all stopped there in that airport, and he just went, I had the best time, and we were so grateful for that wonderful weekend. Thank you for that. I'll turn it back to you, Dave.
Oh, well, this year we want to talk about the inductees this year, and again, just a who's who in not just trucking, but logistics and transportation overall. So, Tom, you want to start maybe with Roy Carver?
I sure do. As you mentioned, Dave, we try and cover all aspects of the industry, not only the manufacturers, but the other leaders that have helped us grow where we are today in the trucking industry. And so this year, we're really fortunate. We inducted Roy Carver, and many people may not know who Roy Carver was, but he was the founder of Bandag Tires, and he come from up in the Midwest, Iowa area. They're just a general inventor and things of that nature, philanthropist. And on one of his trips to Germany, he realized that there's this process called tire retreading, and so he got interested in that, and he thought, man, this is something that could be used in the trucking industry in the United States. So he brought that process to the United States and perfected it, and everybody knows Bandag Tires. And so as time evolved there, he eventually sold to Bridgestone Firestone, and is still an active part of the Bridgestone Firestone company there. So we were really honored to give Roy Carver an award, and it was accepted by Brian Douglas, who is the vice president of Bandag, the retread solutions of Bandag, Bridgestone. So to have Brian come on behalf of the Carver family was really special for us, Dave.
I want to add, we're going to talk about the others too here, but we were talking with Carrie Wojciechowski about CVSA's plans for next year's Brake Safety Week, and Jimmy Mack jokingly said, how long does it take you, a year? And, of course, the answer is, yeah, it does. What is the process behind? You don't have to give any secrets away, but what is the overall general process and timeline to kind of figure out, well, who's going to be in this thing this year?
Okay. Well, Dave, it does take almost a year to do that.
Yeah.
We have a team. We have a regular Hall of Fame committee team there in Kansas City, and we sit down and we just kind of brainstorm some things. And we've already started. Our ceremony was just this past Wednesday, but starting Thursday, we're already looking for some ideas of who we might do induct. And it's kind of an internal thing, but we do get some suggestions from the outside. But we research people, like I say, we try and do a little bit from each industry. In your case, you were inducted because of the part that you played on the Road Dog, the all-night trucking radio. And so Roy Carver was inducted because of he manufactured and produced and perfected a product that's used in the trucking industry. And then, of course, so we have the manufacturers, we have some outside people, we had the Moons for their efforts at the Iowa 80 effort, what a great job they've done. So it's really done by a team, Dave, and we're in the process of doing that. We try not to induct more than 4 a year just because of the logistics of it there. But this year we had 3, and we're very happy with doing that.
Yeah, some of the other names that everybody will know, Clessy Cummins, Jack and Augustus Mack, and everybody in the OOIDA, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association. And then we have Earl and Lillian Congdon, Old Dominion Freight, Leland James, the developer of Freightliner, and as you mentioned, Bill and Carolyn Moon from the Iowa 80 Group, Ted Rogers from the ATA, Frank Sieberling, Goodyear Tires, Harry Kent and Edgar Worthington from Kenworth, Alan Don Schneider, Schneider National, and last year, Robert Young, ABF Freight, John Ruan Trucking, Marvin Rush Enterprises with the trucks on the poles. How did that truck get up? I wonder if the turtle talked to somebody about putting that truck on that pole. And Frederick McKinley Jones of Thermo King. So you're right. Everybody knows these names. They know the company, if not the person, but in many cases they know the person's name too. And it encompasses the entire industry and pretty much everybody in it, which is a pretty big fish to land, isn't it?
It is, and it's fun to do, David. You never know which rabbit hole you're going down when you start on this. We have learned so much about people. For example, let's talk about how Frederick McKinley Jones came about, Thermo King. Everybody knew about a Thermo King trailer. So we started researching that, and lo and behold, it was a gentleman by the name of Frederick McKinley Jones. Who would have ever thought that? And so then we go down and we learn about all the different things that he had done in his life. A lot of these people are just natural inventors. They don't set out to invent something for the trucking industry. It just comes about. So it's really fun for us. So we'll just start out with an idea. We'll look at a truck and we'll say, wonder who invented the tire? And so we go down the Goodyear route or the retread or whatever. And so it's really fun. So we're doing that now. We're in the process of just kind of, I hate to use the term, but we're just kind of spitballing things here to see where it goes. Sure,
absolutely. Well, here's a name, too, that folks may not know the name, but they certainly know the company, Lewis Semple Clark. Tell us a little about Lewis.
Well, that is a really interesting story. At the turn of the century, Lewis Clark, he actually founded Autocar, but that was not his goal. He was, once again, just a general inventor. He had invented various things throughout his time, and we know him for the Autocar truck, but he is the reason that we drive with a left-hand driving vehicle today with the steering wheel on the left. That was a Lewis Clark thing. Now, how it came about, I do not know, but he felt that in the United States we should drive on the left side of the vehicle. So he did that. So like I said, they start out as just inventors, and it just evolved. So he started with this Autocar truck. They were from Ardmore, Pennsylvania. They built trucks forever. Were real active in the Second World War. Built a lot of trucks for the war efforts over there here in the United States. And so eventually Autocar kind of fell upon hard times. But the great news is that Autocar's back. Mm-hmm. Autocar's making a run at it again, and they're doing very well. They're really known for some of those yard spotter trucks that a lot of the drivers see in these warehouse lots that they go in. Many of those trucks will be Autocar trucks, and now they're venturing back onto the highway trucks. So it's good to see that something that was invented back in the early 1900s is a nameplate that we're starting to recognize again. And so that this year the award was accepted by Sidney Higgs, who's the marketing manager, and Greg Leopard, the regional business manager of the refuse division of Autocar Trucks. They were there in person, and we were so excited to have them, and they were very excited. Dave, I'll have to tell you, as a person that's been to the Hall of Fame ceremony before, this year, believe it or not, our guests just stuck around. I mean, Sydney's over. She's in the filing cabinet. She's pulling out literature. She even bought an ATHS shirt, if you could believe it. She was so excited about the Hall of Fame and the American Truck Historical Society. And as we've spoken before, Dave, we're the best kept secret in the trucking industry. So once again, we were so pleased that we could make their day by educating them and making aware to them that history is alive in the trucking industry, and we are the keepers of that history.
Jimmy Mack wants to talk to you for a second, Tom, but talking about Autocar coming back, especially coming back on the road, this is going to sound corny or maybe even a little phony, but that gives me hope to see that classic, legendary name come back. I mean, come on. I think it means something.
Absolutely. It's just any time we can keep things going in this country to where we're still moving forward, that's great. And I believe that Autocar is going to represent that for us.
By the way, I think we drive on the left just to piss off the British. Just one more thing to make them angry. Just one more piece of flag-waving nonsense to kind of get on.
I'm glad you brought that to the attention. I guess I'm left-handed. I'm just messed up there.
Me too, brother. You and me, left-handers, let's get all together, man. Us sinister guys got to hang together on this. And Brad Bentley, by the way, sitting right next to me, but we're both left-handers. And that's why we're in the same place.
Only one's in our right mind.
Yeah, that's exactly it. By you, me, and Paul McCartney, brother. We're making music happen over here. Go ahead, Dave.
Isn't there a thing about island nations having right-hand drive and continental nations having left-hand
I'm sure
drive?
there is, but I still think that you realize, of course,
once.
the national language here was almost German because Ben Franklin hated the British so much.
That's right.
I mean, that's kind of it, a tradition since 1776.
Yeah.
What's on the docket next? What is happening next? And Dave, get to the last one.
Okay, now we're changing gears again in terms of the overall universality of the ATIL Hall of Fame.
Man of a word.
Joe Morton and Joe A. Morton and Joe W. Morton, the founders of Great Western Casualty Company. Always looks like a misprint, doesn't it?
It does. It's actually a father and son.
Uh-huh.
And they once again, they were up in the Iowa area, Nebraska area, I'm not exactly sure, and they were insurance agents, and they were insuring people's homes and people's cars and things that many of us have, and realized that there was a need for truck insurance. At that time, trucks were becoming very popular on the highway, and trucks were big and cumbersome and all, and obviously became involved with accidents. And so they thought, we're going to target that industry. They went to the truck terminals where the trucks were. And back then, a lot of us was owner-operators and said, listen, we're offering something new here. We're offering a truck insurance just to help protect you and help you get your vehicle repaired when it's been involved in an accident. So it evolved. That's really what they did. They started this insurance agency business, and eventually it turned into what, as we know today, the Great West Casualty Company. And we were very happy, once again. It was accepted by Mike Thorson, the senior marketing specialist, and Randy Olgenmuller, I believe is the proper way to pronounce that. He's the president of the Joe Morton and Son Company, who are actually Great West and I believe Joe Morton are kind of the same. It's a little confusing, but nevertheless, we had the right people there to present the awards to them.
Well, if it wasn't confusing, it wouldn't be trucking, Tom. Come on.
How true.
Wow. So what's cooking now? You guys have events around the country, of course. In fact, Tara Garris, you remember Tara from York, Pennsylvania? We had just such a blast doing a couple of dozen of those little quick hit reels out there on the lot. And didn't get a chance to get with you guys this year because we were pretty much digging ourselves out of a hole to get back on the air at that time. But here we are. And we'll be with you guys, of course, next year for the big national event. But you guys have events, small shows, large shows all over the country, more chapters than we have states. ATHS is really cooking. So what comes to the top of your list in terms of, are you having some things to kind of wrap up 2025?
Well, we are towards we just finished our board meeting and our induction ceremony. So that's what we did for the end of this year. But looking forward, as everybody may or may not know, the American Trucking Industry Leader Hall of Fame is actually part of ATHS, the American Trucking Historical Society. So what they have on their radar is they're busy working. We were in committee meetings all day this past Friday in Kansas City. They were busy working, making preparations for our 2026 convention, which will be in Springfield, Missouri this year. And so, Dave, I know that you and Jimmy and others have been to the events here. It's a huge undertaking, but we will do what we've always done. They're getting some speakers lined up there. We've started to do some things the last few years at our convention. We have seminars. We have guys demonstrate how to adjust your brakes, how to fix the suspension or things like that. So we're doing a lot of those kind of things, and then we have the support of the industry. Also, fortunately, once in a while, we'll get one of our partners to maybe do a little demonstration also. Should it be Cummins or Freightliner or Kenworth or whatever there. But nevertheless, they're busy getting ready for our convention in Springfield, Missouri, and that'll be the first part of June. The exact date escapes me, but it's on the website. Folks can go there. Just Google ATHS, and you'll find everything you need to know there. And then, of course, on my side of the fence there, the Hall of Fame will be busy getting ready for our induction ceremony in October next year in Kansas City at our location, our permanent location. And for those of you that have never been around out there at Kansas City, we're right there off Interstate 29. We're just south of the airport. Anybody goes up and down the interstate, if you look, you'll see a big chrome mirrored building there with a Klein truck in the front yard there. That's the home of ATHS, and it's open to the public, and you're more than welcome to come in there anytime. There's no fees or anything like that, and look and see everything that we have to offer.
Tom, we are out of time. We got to wrap this show up, but I got to tell you, my friend, we are so honored to have you, so honored to call you a friend. And by the way, as Dave said, so twice we said it nice, why don't we go for thrice? None of this, and I know Tom gives everybody else credit, none of this happens without Tom's presence. The Hall of Fame is in many ways, he is part of the brainchild. I mean, he is part of the reason this is happening. And it has made the difference in a lot of people's lives, including the man sitting across from me. We can't thank you enough for all you do to make sure that both the past and the present and all of their contributions are recognized. And I would tell you, you're welcome back anytime, but your family, so you'll just show up one day, even when we don't expect you. We love you, Tom, and there's nothing you can do about it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, thank you very much for all you do for us, and we'll look forward to seeing you again in the near future. And everything at ATHS and Hall of Fame is a team effort, so thank you very much. Have a good day, everybody.
Tom Mullen, of course, one of the great good guys of the trucking industry, and very much a part of the trucking industry as well. They really love that stuff, don't they, Dave?
Oh, I know.
Martin, have you been over there yet?
I have not,
Whoa.
but NAPF TDS regional conference is going to be in Kansas City or Overland Park in about 2 or 3 weeks. Oh, so I just made a mental note that I'm taking an extra day. Don't tell anybody.
When you drive by Grain Valley, though, you should throw eggs at Louis Pugh. You should just do that.
Pew, pew, pew.
Pew, 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 pew,
Right.
pew,
I
pew,
can
pew.
do that, too.
And you can say that Jimmy Mack did it. That way you can be off the hook because, Louis got this habit of being a Mid-South wrestling fan.
I'll write Jimmy Mack on the eggs as I throw them.
Please do. Please do. Guys, really quick piece of bureaucratic news here. Immediately after this, I'm going to come on and introduce something, Dave, and I'll do a quick introduction. We are going to play 50 minutes of an hour and 45-minute podcast that Dave and Lindsay participated in over at NASTIC. David Owen is a part of that. We are going to break that right at the moment that Ellen Voya shows up on the scene at the end of Joe Rakovic's conversation that's happening on the podcast. We will then play the second half of that tomorrow, immediately after Road Gang Radio. Guys, I got to tell you, we got a crazy good week of programming.
You always have a crazy good
This one is particularly good because it all plays to my spooky love. We got 6-time.
Halloween is right around the corner, Jimmy.
Yeah,
Mac.
I mean,
I can see it in your eyes.
You'll love this, by the way, Brad. One of our Halloween guests are, among others, 6-time Bram Stoker Award winner. That's the biggest award for anybody who writes a horror novel. Lisa Morton, who actually is also a seance expert and is going to work with us to stage a seance here at the Degas House. She'll be joining us. Vincent Jenna, I kid you not, he is a licensed social worker and therapist. He's also a psychic. And he is one of the people outside of the trucking industry who has been most on this show. Remember Leo Biscaglia?
Remember the name?
Yeah, remember the doctor of love, the decent doctor. Well, he's like Leo Biscaglia, but he believes in aliens. So he's going to be joining us as well. And I don't know if you've heard of it. We got this wonderful actor. Have you seen The Wire, Martin?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Do you remember the guy that played the DA?
Yes.
The guy that played the DA in that, Dion Graham, is going to be joining us on Thursday. He is the voice of the new edition of Ray Bradbury's The Martian Chronicles.
Wow.
So he's going to be showing up here. Scott Shea's got a new article on Bob Dylan. And along with all of that, there's plenty of trucking. There's Washington Trucking Week. Our good friend Dean Croak is going to be on the scene.
That guy
is going to be crawling across the scene. Another edition of Education Station. I'm actually issuing a challenge right now. I'm going on LinkedIn, guys, and I am posting the Spotify LinkedIn page for Education Station. And I'm challenging both of you to share it and promote it.
Absolutely.
Among all those platforms.
I will do it if Phone Master Dre agrees to be part of the seance.
Bring the microphone down. I'm going to get a commitment from you right now on being part of a seance, by the way.
Nah, I got COVID that day. I can't make it.
It's developing as we speak. Remember when people started doing that? When things kind of started to get a moment of like when we thought, okay, we're getting out of this now? There's a couple of people that worked here who had a lot of COVID. And I'm not going to name any names. By the way, it's not Trey I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm about to say I got a
There's about 2 or 3 people I can think of right now who were like, I got the COVID. Dude, you just had the COVID. You had the COVID 3 weeks ago. You can't get COVID 3 weeks later. I got a new strain. No, you didn't. you just avoid. I got COVID. It's like I got the vid. Did you have people like that in your life, Brad? People like COVID all the time?
No comment.
Not the long COVID, which is a different thing. And I'm very empathetic for people that had that. But I'm talking about like COVID.
Yeah, we did have an employee at Fastport at the time who did get long COVID and some memory issues that lingered.
Dave couldn't smell.
Yeah, it was.
How long was it?
For
crazy.
a year.
Yeah.
No.
Could not smell for a year. That was real, dude. That was
Lost
real.
a lot of friends that way too.
Amen.
David Dine, which I'm sure has been on your program, Patterson High School.
Yeah. Oh, the best.
Yeah, he's had long-term COVID and had some real issues, and him and I've talked quite a bit about it. And I was totally shocked at how it affected, what I would say a relatively young person, very healthy.
Oh yeah,
Dr. John McGilligan.
It didn't care.
Yeah.
It did not care. And then by the way, my mom, it almost killed her because it wasn't the COVID, it was the pneumonia she got afterwards, and she thought it was just her feeling bad, not able to recover. She just thought like, oh, it's just long COVID, until my sister-in-law found her on the couch and went, we're going to the hospital right now. And then there's my dad and me. I tell you about, I got COVID once. It lasted 18 hours. And it was just done. And the next day I felt better. And then a day later I felt well. But it didn't make any choices. Didn't care.
Hey, the first time I had it was the one time someone wanted to bring me fine dining and I couldn't smell or taste it. I'm like, this texture is great. This is awesome.
Yeah, Dave, you mentioned Dr. John. Yeah, he was originally scheduled to be part of our group with Waypoint Vets going to Vietnam. And
Yeah.
That knocked him out of the trip.
Yeah.
I hated to see that.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
COVID, man, that's just, it was a beast. Go ahead, Dave.
Not to change the subject, but Bruce Almighty says, SAPS is the reason I had to buy my wife a bidet.
He came home talking about it.
There you go.
Keep the secrets to yourself.
The life changer.
I have to tell you, there are a couple of things the Europeans suck about. Their dislike of ice, bungholes. To hell with them. I think it's ridiculous. Their dislike of air conditioning, they need to get over themselves. Bidets are the truth, man. Bidets are the truth. You got a bidet, Martin?
No, do not. I do not ever tell my wife that there is such a thing. She asks all the time, and I tell her it's not sold in the United States.
Just a pressure washer for your crack. That's all it is, man.
I told her there's no electricity in the restroom, so you
Yeah,
can't-
toilets don't have electricity.
Yeah. So-
Have you ever looked at a toilet? It's pipes.
Yeah.
It's pipes and a flushing system. You can't put anything electric. But the seat's heated. Nope, don't know what you're talking about. Don't understand. What about you?
The Japanese have it perfected.
Oh God.
The
Yeah.
problem
The
is
best.
that the things that the Japanese perfect get so weird after a while. You begin to realize
Over perfection.
Well, you can't figure out the let's just call it the remote control.
Yeah.
Right. It's
Remember, these are the same people who these are the same people who for Christmas, by the way, and every year I talk about Japanese Christmas, my favorite. Martin, they have cakes. They have cakes where Godzilla and Santa Claus are battling Ghidra and Dracula. Merry Christmas.
It's a great way to segue into Nastic.
Yeah, but
While they're eating Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Oh, the Kentucky Fried Chicken. But that makes sense, by the way, when you actually understand it. But it is upscale. Their Kentucky Fried Chickens are seriously upscale, and you have to order it
Yes,
6 weeks in
you
advance
do.
because the American sector after the war. It never really stopped being the American sector. So all these Brits and all these Americans lived in one particular area, and they couldn't find anything resembling an American dinner for Christmas.
Yeah.
And the KFC opened there, and they were like, "That's it, done." Like, oh, Americans like KFC for Christmas.
when we go to Japan every year in Okinawa with Hiring Our Heroes, we stay right next to the American Village there.
Kentucky Fried Christmas.
And it's there.
It's crazy. Their perfect idea. And by the way, guys, they're Shinto. They do not celebrate Christmas the way we celebrate Christmas. For them, it's like their version of, I don't know if you guys know this, but like Christmas Eve for the Brits is a romantic night. Christmas morning is a recovery night. It's Boxer Day. That's their Christmas. For the Japanese, Christmas is their Valentine's Day. That's how they treat it. It's a big date night. It's a friendsgiving and a date night for them. It just happens to have Dracula and Ghidra taking on Godzilla and Santa Claus. Santa's got like a machine gun in his hand on one of the cakes I saw. I love that, man. Merry Christmas. That's the music that tells us we have to leave. Why do we have to leave? I'm having a good time.
I don't know. Every morning's recovery morning in New Orleans, though, right, Dre?
Yeah. No, don't come to me about it, man.
Guys, Nemo Nation was executive produced by Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack. Its technical producer is Andre Thibodeau. Special guests today included Brad Bentley and Martin Garci. Coming up next, and we'll give a brief introduction to this, is the podcast that was recorded at NASTIC last week with Dave and Lindsay and David Owen. We'll be back tomorrow for Road Gang Radio, where we make a living and where we make a life. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Jimmy Mack. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Martin. Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
So, this is the special edition, the director's cut of Nemo Nation. Actually, it's not. This is a chance for Dave and I to simply say good morning again, to thank you all for taking the ride with us. What happened last week was that Dave got a chance to reconnect with old friends over in Nashville to celebrate Lindsay Lawler winning the Ambassadors Award from NASTIC as one of the best forward-facing people in the industry. Dave made the journey to give the opening remarks and make sure that somebody from Radio Nemo was there to represent her receiving that wonderful award. In the process of that, you got a chance to catch up with some old friends, correct, Dave?
Yes.
And that was kind of groovy. And you were invited by David Owen and a lot of our friends over there to join him and Lindsay and a whole bunch of other really great people. Before we actually do the segment, just give people a sense of what's coming here.
Well, first off, it was going to be an hour-long podcast, and it turned out to be an hour and 45 minutes. Now, you said David Owen.
That's why you bring the pros in. That's why you bring us in, dude.
That's it. So we covered a lot of bases, had a lot of great folks joining us on the podcast there, and we had a string of different topics to get into and hopefully out of. So I think it's going to be very interesting listening, and are we ready to roll?
100%.
Fantastic.
Here we go.
I'm going to welcome two co-hosts for the second hour. Dave Nemo and Lindsay Lawler are going to help me with our next guest and all of our guests for this second hour of this podcast. Lindsay Lawler is just sat next to me, and she is one of our very first transportation ambassadors that we recognized last night. Congratulations, Lindsay, on your award.
Thank you.
And thank you for so many years of supporting trucks and truck drivers and truck stops. And you had a truck stop tour, and it's been a ride. And actually, I don't want anybody to know this, but we've written some songs together.
We have. You want everyone to know that. As a matter of fact, I know you well, and that's a lie.
Everybody in Nashville has got to be connected to country music somehow or another, right?
Yep, for sure.
And with you is an old friend, a supporter of NASTIC, and we've shared the microphone for 15 years, I think, Dave.
Just about,
with safety, compliance, and common sense. Mm-hmm. Dave Nemo. Dave, thank you for helping us out and being here. It's really good to have you talking to our members and listening to our members. You've done a good. That's one of the best things about Dave Nemo. He's one of the best listeners I've ever seen. I've known him for 15 years. I still don't know what political side of the aisle he's on. I don't think he's on Mars somewhere.
I was just listening to Dave then.
He's omni-political or...
Well,
or anti, I don't know, who knows? Nobody knows. It's the magic of Dave Nemo.
That's exactly right. He's it's just, there's an old, we were talking at dinner last night. A smart guy told me this, the key to success. He didn't know the key to success. They asked him, why are you so successful? And he said, I can't tell you that, but I can tell you the key to failure. Key to failure is to try to please everybody. And Dave Nemo comes closer to pleasing everybody than anybody I've ever met, I believe.
There's a fine line there, very fine. But there is a line, yeah.
So our next guest, I think, is Jim Edwards. And Jim not only is our guy in Washington, but he also is a new author, and he's going to be signing books for all our members. Tom, did I go right past you? No. I'm in the right order. But Jim has written a book called To Invent is Divine. Is that...
That's it. To Invent is Divine.
And by the way, everybody that came to the conference has gotten a copy of that. And he's willing to sign them. And
thank you.
And it's a beautiful book. What he's done is defended biblically why God created us to be creative, and that's one of the reasons after reading your book that I'm so determined to get AI out of, or IA, what is it called? AI out of our vocabulary. AI is an oxymoron. It's artificial intelligence, and there's no such thing. I don't believe. Intelligence comes from the human brain and doesn't come from a computer. Because the problem with lumping all of that data into an acronym, a two-letter acronym called artificial intelligence, is that trash in, trash out is always my deal. And you get trash in, trash out, you get bad AI. Welcome, Jim.
Good to be with you. And
try cleaning that up.
I guess you enjoyed those parts of the book that discuss AI, and you picked up on the fact that I'm skeptical toward some of the more outrageous things being said about AI, and especially that it will ever be sentient, i.e., a live thing. No more live than a Frankenstein monster in the movies. It's a tool. It's a machine. It's something that is useful for purposes. Some can be positive and some can be negative, but never will it be the equivalent of a human being.
This is a conversation I love, especially being a songwriter in Nashville. This is a big thing going on, a huge conversation around creativity. And that's why I'm very excited to read your book and have you on our show to discuss it further, is because I use AI from I think it's a good reminder that we're all creators. We're all, we're here co-creating with God, or, we're here to expand and do that kind of thing. And I use the AI piece as a tool. I would never let it songwrite for me or give me ideas. It's tried to give me ideas before, and I'm like, that's terrible. But as somebody who has a creative brain that gets sort of overwhelmed by and sometimes debilitated because I have so many ideas going, how to make them move forward. I use it more of a kind of help me outline that. But I think, and what we're doing over at RadioNemo, we are staying live, so we can make the point that we are not robots. The show is not being written for us. We are bobbing and weaving, and so I think just the continued open conversations is what keeps it at the forefront to know what we're doing.
I guess to me, to continue to read real books like you've written, Jim, to actually turn the page, to continue to write cursive on a piece of paper. Obviously, y'all know me well enough to know that's me, but that doesn't make me regressive. It's just the best way I know to do it. And I resist, I'm very resistant to change, as you know. But the truth of the matter is, AI, if you want to call it that, has been around forever, ever since they had a UNIVAC computer, right? Right, Dave?
Yeah. Do not fold, spindle, or mutilate. Does anybody... when back in the early 70s, one of our dearest friends, we were all in our early 20s, and when she wrote checks for bills and everything, she would take a pin and punch little holes in that bank code. You couldn't see them, but when the check ran through the machines at the bank, the check wouldn't read. So there was a delay. Oh, we have a problem with your check. Oh, really? What happened? I sent it in. Yeah, but the machine can't. Can you? In other words, she bought herself about a week doing that. And so what I'm getting at is that we've fought. We create something and then we fight against it sometimes. Yeah. But I'm thinking, the guy driving the AI car, his bumper sticker says, I don't know where we're going, but we're making good time. Because we are just going at the speed beyond light to go to someplace we don't even know what's going to be there when we get there, but we evidently need to be there. And I think it's in the gut of the American spirit to move on. And I think that's what's happening to trucking now. And if I can make this clear, and I'm going to be as brief as I can. Okay, so what happens? You have people coming over from basically the British Isles first, and then the rest. So you come over, you see this place, and the next thing you want to know is, well, what's out there, right?
Yeah.
So boom, 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 we get over to the Appalachians, and then we get on over to the valleys, and then we get to the Mississippi River. What's on the other side of that? So then we go all the way to the continent. All right, so that movement west, that motive, that we've got to keep moving. Well, we did. Then we built highways across, and trains first, wagon trains first, and then locomotives. and then trucking. And now we're just crisscrossing around. And now we're continuing to move, but we're not going anywhere because there's nowhere else to go. So where else can we go? Well, it looks like we're going to Mars now for some reason or another, because it seems like somebody was there before. They left because it's unlivable, so let's go there. What could go wrong? But what I'm saying is that the reality of moving forward, there's no place to go anymore. Trucking now, man, I can't tell you how many triple-digit trucks I rode in back in the 70s and 80s, Trucking was alive at midnight. I mean, it's just like when Cinderella's carriage turned into a pumpkin, those pumpkins started running up and down the country. And that's what made the road gang so successful at that time. But now, 20 years ago maybe, trucking turned solar powered. And then in the mid 80s, if you remember, at airports, restaurants, places like that, shopping centers, men's restrooms started having those little baby changing tables in them. Okay? They started at the ladies and then the men's. And the indication was, and I think the reality was, that and I came from the father was the provider era of humanity, of our society. And now fathers, the breadwinner wants to be more of a dad, and to be dad, you had to be home. So what does the trucking industry do? They regionalize, right? They start regionalizing in the mid to late 80s. And now, how many long-haul, irregular common carriers are out there that's all regional? Everybody has a regional fleet if they're not a regional company. And now it's like, hey, you want to be home every night? Well, let's do that, So we're closing in on so that adventure of the road is pretty much in the history books now. And so we older guys, and I'm going to be 77 in December, so I've been there kind of on the side of the road watching everything go by all this time. We have flipped a page in our history, in our existence in trucking, to where trucking is no longer what it used to was. It's a new entity, and it has AI, it has ADAS, has all of that stuff, and we have to deal with it. 20 years from now, these folks won't even, what is that? What was that? I heard this guy on his podcast, he's talking about the adventure of the open road. What does that even mean?
Well,
I'm not cynical maybe, but there it is.
I think I agree with most of that,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it's a natural evolution to become more regional, become more spoken wheel, as they say, but there's always, as long as the best way, economic way, to get a full truckload of something 1,000 miles will never be replaced by the rail or the air. And every thing that we get, as the old cliche in our truck, it has to eventually, sometime or another, be on a truck.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking that most of what you said I agree with. But the deal is, I think there'll always be that guy that has to sleep in a sleeper unit and haul freight.
Oh, sure.
A long
I don't
distance.
mean, but the percentage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's,
and it's already there.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Jim, other than writing your book, tell us a little bit about how you represent. One of the things that's not clear to anybody, we have close to 12,000 companies that are part of NASTY. They're basically in that niche, small, full truckload, long haul, family-owned, rural-based carriers, and that's our niche, and that's the playpen we play in. How do you fit into the equation? I know you live in Washington, or somewhat, back and forth between South Carolina and Washington, anyhow. But Jim has been, and we have been representing not only our 12,000 NASTIC members, But we've been really representing, unpaid, by the way, all full truckload long haul carriers in the United States, because we're basically, outside of occasionally overlap with OIDA, we are the only people that represent that particular group of people, which Dave just so eloquently said we're, are becoming buggy whipped, or that basic job description is getting really challenged. But so I'd like for those of you that are listening, of course, we're, like I said earlier, we're preaching to the choir. This goes out to NASTC members. However, through Dave, a lot of this is going out to his followers as well. And to those people, I'd just like to say, we're happy to carry the load for you as far as representation. So don't disagree with any of our concepts, because we're the only friend you've got out there.
Well, what I do is try to explain to congressional staff and members of Congress, and those in several of the federal administrative agencies, including FMCSA, and explain to them how our niche is different from ATA and OIDA and anybody else in the other sectors that involve trucks, but less than full truckload, local routes, and all that stuff. Here's who we are and our members are. They are small businesses, and they do things that you don't quite have an appreciation for, and so help them to get a picture of what uniquely are challenges, and those come in challenges such as hours of service, ELDs, all the battle scars we have from over the years on those policies and others. And now it's freight fraud and other forms of trucking involved fraud.
One of the things that's a perfect example of what's going on right now, in the last 60, 90 days, we've had 5 or 6 horrible truck-related, long-haul truck, big truck accidents. All of them being, to my knowledge, being the fault of the system, the fault of the states not paying attention to what they should be paying attention to as far as giving these non-resident illegal aliens, or whatever you want to say they are, CDLs, and not following the rules. And it's really on them, these fatalities. It's approaching about 20 people have died in the last 60, 90 days from the system breaking down. And guess who's getting blamed for that? Us. We're the small trucking company, independent contractors, being lumped into that, and it's really not our fault. And we represent the people that are trying their best to do it right. Our safety numbers are far superior to large carriers, far superior. We have no turnover rate. We have the best drivers in the world. We were recognizing 20 of them right here at this meeting. So, but that's a perfect example of how we get lumped into, we're just a politically incorrect industry. And as long as 90% of the people that vote don't like big trucks, or are scared of big trucks, or don't understand that they wouldn't have anything if it weren't for big trucks, we're going to have that problem, Dave, of disappearing. The disappearing railroad blues, except it's the disappearing big truck blues.
I wanted to ask Jim a question, if I could.
Sure, absolutely.
When you go talking to the legislators, And I forget the numbers and everything, so forgive me, but 99% of all trucking companies have less than 100 trucks, and out of those, 97% have less than 20 trucks. And, in other words, it's a huge industry made up of tiny, over 500,000 tiny entities. Do they get the small business aspect of trucking at all? In other words, they see the big picture. Is part of your challenge to make these folks realize, wait a minute, no, these are just regular folks with small little businesses that just happen to be in a big industry? Is that a challenge?
It depends on the member and the district they represent or the state they're from. If they've got a mega fleet based in their state, they're not as interested in what I have to say than if they didn't have that large player. It's politics.
Okay.
It's just, I'm representing the people who work for this company that's a big employer in my state or my district, and so their point of view is shaped by that largely. For those who are from more rural districts or ex-urban districts and smaller cities, they tend to get it. It tends to resonate with them because they've got other small businesses in all other sectors.
Our population, NASTIC's population, is almost 100% one-stop-like towns. Rural America, and I make that point happily in the new entrant survival training class. One of the reasons why the small full truckload family-owned business did not go away, all the other small family-owned businesses in rural America got Walmartized 30 years ago or 40 years ago, but trucking didn't. Now why? And I can tell you why. I know why. I didn't know that when I started NASTIC, but I found out why pretty quick. There aren't any full truckload carriers in Nashville. They're all outside in Smyrna and Una and the one-stop-like towns. And most of the very good states, you're right, that we deal with and have a lot of success with, are states that really may not even have the biggest city in the state might be a couple of 100,000 rather than a couple of million.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really a geographical, almost a geographical thing. And the reason that they survived is because guess who lives in small town rural America? 1 million mile drivers. Our guys have access to million-mile drivers. They go to church with them. They go to the grocery store with them. And they can hire them and train them and teach them how to fix trucks and drive trucks far better than the grist mill that the larger carriers run drivers through. And that's why we're here. That's why NASTIC has been prosperous and why we continue to grow. Jim, I hate to cut you short, but I've got to move on. You're going to be available for the rest of the day and tomorrow. And a parting statement?
Just to clarify about the book, this is Ellen's book. My book is about creativity and the ownership, but and that is more in the creative and inventive sides. However, in my book talks, I really explained that it's not just about that type of creation. It's confined to that in the book so that it's something I could tackle and try to, instead of trying to boil the ocean and cover every possible topic. So it's what you grow, what you make, what you may come up with as an idea and implement it on your own and in your business. I mean, those solving problems in those ways are as valuable and oftentimes as an invention or a creative work, be it a painting or a song or whatever. And so it's for everybody, because every single human being is made in God's image, and God's divine attributes of creativity and ownership are some of those that are within us, just simply because we're humans. And so it's about human flourishing for everybody.
Not just long haul truck drivers.
Exactly. But including them.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
and thank you so much for what you've done for all of our companies, all of our drivers, and me personally. Jim actually cleans up most of the letters I write and keeps me from getting sued or being laughed at sometimes, and so he's bailed me out many times, and thank you for that, and thanks for being here.
Let me add, the reason that that's helpful is because just this week I got contacted by, I didn't even tell you yet, the Senate Small Business Committee, and we had a conversation yesterday, a phone call, and they, they're asking us for input on regulatory reforms that have been productive, on regulatory reforms that are needed, and so they're coming to us sometimes as well. So I think we're finally having some impact.
Well, I
But
think there's no question that this new administration is paying attention a lot, being a lot more responsive, and really beginning to take responsibility for the horrible mistakes that have been made over the past 20 or 30 years as far as trucking. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, in my opinion, has been a big failure. And I think that reform there is long overdue, and I think it's beginning to happen. Thank you for your contributions on our behalf. I've got to move along to our next guest, so you're kicked off the panel.
Thank you.
With love.
Tom Robertson is our next panel participant, and Tom is the Vice President of Business Development at Prepass. And I make
From coast to coast, you get the most at Prepass. Prepass. It's in my head all the time.
Oh, my Lord.
Contract.
It's in my head all the time.
Can you imagine that?
It's a curse.
Welcome, Tom. How about that?
That's right out of the gate.
That's
hitting it hard right out of the gate.
That just takes your breath away.
Absolutely. I'm good for the day.
Well, I will tell you something that I'm so fortunate to have gotten into or became a part of Prepass at the very ground floor level. And I think it's the best business, government, public-private partnership, if you will, and safety program that's ever been, and your longevity in that area, your company's longevity and your product's longevity in that area speaks volumes. I actually tell people in the new entrant survival class, if you're making the decision to add that second truck and you don't have Prepass, you're not going to get qualified drivers to drive for you. And it's that, there's no other product that I know of that can literally add an hour a day to a driver's driving time. And what that does, that hour a day, it relieves tension. You get to slow down. You get to smell the flowers along the way a little bit in a diesel-related environment, and I think it's maybe the best. And like I say, we got it on the ground floor. I don't even know if you know Dave Brody. Dave Brody was charged with getting you guys to critical mass. And I saw what a valuable tool this could be to small guys. I also recognize the fact that the small guy was never going to be solicited to own this product anywhere close to what the big guys, because you had to get to critical mass to make it work.
Right.
And so I went to Dave, and we literally were well on our way to being your largest customer until we had to change our contract. I'm getting.
We fix that for you, Dave.
So welcome, Tom. I just want
a pleasure to be here.
Actually, and we've got a new contract with you, and
sure
we
do.
can do some things now that we didn't used to do.
Yeah, absolutely right.
And one of those is being able to put the pre-pass product in one of our bundled packages.
Absolutely.
As far as MSP is concerned,
Makes it more of a benefit that's more easily applied to your drivers, right? Your members can take advantage of the whole solution, bypassing and the tolling, cost-effective solution that saves them time and saves them money.
well, I know that we advertise the fact that you are the biggest network, and y'all are constantly adding way stations. And I know for a fact that now we can offer Pre-Pass Plus on a very good level in our packaging pricing, which is, when you peel back that onion and really get into what it does on the toll side,
yes,
not on the way station side. Would you speak to
well,
that?
yeah, I mean, the toll side is really the conversations I'm having lately are just, it's all about what a tolling solution can do for a driver, right? Regardless of the size of the carrier, right? Owner, operator, small business, up to the largest carriers. Everyone knows Pre-Pass. You talked a little bit about the history, right? Pre-Pass Safety Alliance owns Pre-Pass. A lot of people don't know that, but talking about like advocacy in the industry, they're all about highway safety. That was the mission. As a result of that, been doing the bypassing since 1993. We've been doing toll management probably for 15, 20 years, but we kind of kept it a secret, right? So we're like, well, if someone wants it, we'll add it to our existing customers, and that's fine and dandy. Wasn't very aggressively marketed. Over the past, that's changed over the past 5-6 years, and we're really excited that we've added that as a bundle for you. So you have the Pre-Pass Plus that your members can buy. Tolling is one of those things, like, you had Wex up here earlier talking about fuel. Like, there are a lot of levers that folks can pull to minimize fuel costs, right? A lot of different things they can do to control costs, try to control the fraud and that. Tolling's always been we just pay the tolls, man. You just pay them. You just drive through them. You have transponders. You drive around, hits your account. You get violations in the mail because you're going places where you don't have a transponder, and the costs just rack up. You pay. It's a cost of doing business. So a lot of the time we spend now is educating folks on what toll management really is and how it works. And once it's explained of how it works and how simple it makes your life, where you get one bill for your tolls, from NASTC every month, and you get the best rates around the country. You don't get those violations in the mail, and you're saving significant money, 30-40% on average from your toll costs, and that adds up. So,
it's actually one of the things that can bring, you mentioned last night, David, and we talk about it a lot too, about that it's really trucking in general is just an image problem, an awareness problem. You say that on a radio show. It's like once you figure it out, you're all in. But that's as you're talking, I don't drive a truck, but I'm like, okay, that's any driver problem as well. And it's one of those things, once you explain it, it's like, this is an issue we all have. It's a common denominator. And I think finding those common denominators, and it really helps the messaging of any industry, but in particular with making, it's one more thing to say the everyday driver. It's like, truckers are humans. Here's one more issue that they have that we have too. I'm always seeing some things from the outside perspective and how to bring everything together. And that tolling feels like an issue that can bring us together.
It can, and it's about education. You talked to the members yesterday. It dawns on me, hey, I can use NASTC for that, right? And I can
that
save
just irritates the hell out of me when I hear that, because I hear it all the time. I didn't know y'all did that.
Dave. We're fighting the fight, man. We got to get that evangelized.
I know. Well, and that's what this is all about. Yes. That's what these podcasts are all about. That's why I called it earlier. We're preaching to the choir, but we got to do a better job of preaching to the choir, because we need to get more penetration and more participation and more communication within our membership, rather than just focusing on growing members. So it's not enough just to grow the congregation. We got to preach to the choir. We got to educate them about what we do, why we do it. I'm telling you, I feel sorry for people, small trucking companies, that don't have access to some of our programs.
Agreed.
And they can't compete with our members. Now, my members, I don't think I have a member here that wouldn't refer us to a good friend, but they don't want their enemy to know who we are. I can tell you that.
Well, that's what I enjoy most about this event, the conversations with your members, in that room, just one after another, happily engaging and talking about all aspects of their, what they're doing out there. And they trust you implicitly. They're like, hey, it's just an easy conversation, because they trust that the resources that you've brought together, that you offer your members, are significant, and they trust it.
Well, one thing we've been able to do, and I think we've been able to be partner with so many good people. And one of the things that we really work at NASTC is trying to be transparent. We want you to have our real-time fuel data. We want you to have the bit. We want you to float pre-pass on your fuel on your scale. On your tolls. A lot of people don't realize that. In small trucking, cash flow is everything.
That's right.
And a 2-truck, 3-truck company can run up a toll bill of $4,000 or $5,000 a month. I didn't know that when you start. I know, easily. And it's going to get worse as far as that being an expense. And through our program, you not only do you save the time of going through the fast lane, going through the toll and getting there quicker, but you don't have to give the driver cash. You get somebody, a whole department of people to manage your toll account, and you get to float NASTC and pre-pass 30 or 40 days before you have to pay that bill. And cash flow is everything. So you don't have to attack a credit line like when y'all first started, you almost had to have a letter of credit to get on the program.
Well, you do, but NASTC members don't.
Exactly. We have a huge letter of credit with you guys.
Yes, sir.
And we used to pay you guys so fast that you gave us a discount, yes. By the way. That went away.
Cash is king, Dave.
Anyhow, couldn't be happier with our new contract. Couldn't be happy. We could always need a refresher course on how to do a better job of educating. It's not a question of selling. It's a question of training, educating, and communicating, and that's what we've got to work on. So glad you're here. Our relationship is on solid grounds, I believe, and we're going to continue to lead the way. I really do mean this, and I say it a lot. I'm not going to go buy a truck, but if I owned a trucking company, pre-pass would be one of the first things I gave my drivers.
Dave, you've been a great partner and an advocate, and we really appreciate the relationship. It's not just the members, it's not just the business, but it's your team also. The passion your team brings to the table every day. And they're getting it. We're constantly talking about and educating on what the solution is, so they can convey that message to the members. So it's a great partnership.
Well, thanks for being here, and thanks for being a part of this.
It's my pleasure, Dave. Thank you.
Our next candidate on the hot seat, who is hanging around me even though I quit smoking, Joe Rakovich. Joe is the ex-president, now retired, of the Western States Trucking Association, and he always does a presentation at our conference now for 18, 19 years, I guess, maybe longer, called California Not Dreaming. And it could not be more appropriate than that right now, Joe. Welcome to the panel.
Good to be here. And one just minor correction, Director of Governmental Affairs. Yeah, that's what I was.
Well, you've worn so many hats. Joe is one of these characters that's done everything in trucking. I guess you were an owner-operator. You were with OIDA for a long time. So you've done you've changed titles quite a bit, and now you're just retired. What are you, fishing all the time? What are you doing?
Oh, I can't stand fish. But yeah, we've been doing a lot of traveling, and just definitely was going to take a year off of travel with my Fraulein, and that's what we've been doing. And after the first of the year, probably go be a greeter at Walmart, So yeah.
Well,
I actually thought about that job when I was young. I'm thinking, that looks like a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
Well, both of you would be good at it.
For maybe a day.
I wouldn't even last that. I mean, what are you doing here? Go over to Target, the French retailer,
Well, it seems like to me it's always something with California.
Yeah.
And I mean, and we can lump the whole West Coast in there now with what's going on in Portland and Seattle and Oregon and Washington. It's real discouraging over on this side of the river to try to do business over on the West Coast. AB 5 was a debacle. Obviously, California has been picked out of the herd, so to speak, as far as these non-resident, CDLs, or the actually negligence that California, I don't know if it's called negligence or just resistant to following the rule of law.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever happened to the Commerce Clause of the Constitution, interstate commerce?
Well, actually, there is a bright side to that, and it does have to do with the California Air Resources Board. There was recently a Federal Register announcement by U.S. EPA. California started that clean truck program. No matter where it was CARB, no matter where you were in the country, if you ran California even once a year, you had to pay them an annual compliance fee. It's now $31 and some cents a year. But as part of that, you also had to smog your truck twice a year, going to 4 times a year in 2027. Well, at the time CARB was in the rulemaking process, there was, certainly us and one other organization that really advised them that they were they would be violating the Commerce Clause of the Constitution with this, applying it to trucks not domiciled in California. U.S. EPA right now, very, very likely, is going to deny California the ability to do that. And they are citing the Commerce Clause, Dave, as the reason. And, will California sue? Hey, they're suing about everything right now. Seeing what sticks against the wall. They'll lose on this one because it's no different than the old fuel decal scams, Dave. You'll remember that, where states were charging fees, and every one of them ended up being sued, Commerce Clause violation, and had to refund the money. That's going to be the question here. There's a pot of money there that's somewhere probably between $30 and $60 million they've collected already. And, the question will be, does EPA order that returned to the non-California-based, trucking companies, owner-operators, or is someone going to have to go after them for it? So we should, good news. You do have an EPA right now, of course, under the new president that's really curbing a lot of what California wanted to do, including electrify trucking, not just within the state, but nationally, because of something I've talked about many times over the years. Under the Clean Air Act, California has more power than U.S. EPA, and all states have the right to either adopt U.S. EPA regulations or California, and there were 17 states that had adopted California's rules. And so...
Well, I just don't understand that. All we hear from California is that we're the 4th largest economy in the world, or 7th or something, I think.
Follow that up with yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, yada, yada. And yet they owe $52 billion. They have a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar deficit. They do stupid stuff like the bullet train to nowhere, and CAR particularly sticks their nose up in the air, and some of the states just follow along like sheep, doing stupid things.
Right.
and non-productive things. The whole EV, electric vehicles mandate, was trying to force dealerships and trying to force the American public to buy a product and eliminate their choices of products far premature. They're trying to force people to do something, and it's not right. It's not the American way of doing things. Yeah. I'm so happy that that's being curbed, because all electric ain't gonna work. It will never work. The real solution, I think, is going to end up being some kind of hybrid where we use all forms of energy, maybe even hydrogen, and some other things that we haven't even thought about yet. But doing away with fossil fuel burning vehicles is not only a bad idea, it's a disaster. And you want to peel back the onion there. Think of how would you like to be a Ford dealership in Omaha, Nebraska, and have 400 pieces of stuff that nobody wants.
Well, that's actually what's going on. CARB is one of the greatest deceivers in the country in terms of their press releases. Just wrote an article for Western States Trucking's quarterly magazine, where they just recently touted that they, in the last year, 135,000 trucks were converted to zero emissions in California. You got to look at the data, and here's what it was. There's 130,000, but they're counting Class 2 pickup trucks. When you got to the Class 7 and 8, the total sales were just over 400. And by the way, those were heavy with public subsidies, from the Biden administration. That stuff's all ended. There is still an issue in California and other states who did adopt the EPA approved advanced clean trucks rule, where truck dealers in California can't sell you the diesel you want because they have to sell an increasing percentage of zero emissions vehicles in order to be able to sell fossil fuel powered equipment. And the bottom line is nobody's buying. It's not ready for prime time. It's form fit in, say, last mile. We've all seen the little Amazon trucks run around. Electric, that'll work just fine there. But in terms of heavy-duty trucks,
I'm a big fan of EVs. I own 2 of them. They're called golf carts. And they have an application. I'm a big fan of Teslas. It's called a luxury play toy for rich folks. The 4th or 5th car for a very rich person. It's got a big garage. To show off his affluence to his friends. There's a place for that. But to say everybody's got to drive a Kia or everybody's got to drive an electric car is just not the American way. And that's not the way to run it out. And all these mandates that we get, top down, that's not capitalism.
Right.
Joe?
If I could touch on something, you brought up the non-domiciled CDLs, and California, of course, leads the nation. They've always had issues in their CDL program. I had to deal with it when I was in the office of issuing CDLs in total violation to federal law to non-residents of the U.S. When you look at the rules, it's very, very specific when it comes to CDLs. You must have be a U.S. citizen, proof of citizenship, or have legal presence status in the U.S. And that's what a lot of the news articles right now aren't talking about. What constitutes legal presence status in the U.S.? And the problem with California, it's kind of like with the English language sufficiency rule and regulations. They have never adopted that into the state code. Police within a state, the feds don't enforce their own rules. They've essentially deputized the states with federal safety assistance program money to enforce federal rules. And there are strings attached to that. They must adopt not just part, all of the FMCSRs into state regulation so that state police patrol are actually enforcing state regulation. California has never adopted that. I know there's a lot of articles kind of trashing on CHP lately. that they won't enforce. They don't have the legal power because of the politicians to enforce those rules in California. The most absurd thing said by the state of California trying to defend itself from Department of Transportation was, well, we test in English and everybody passes, so we don't need to enforce it roadside. If you want to believe that, go ahead. But the problem is you have 1 million trucks from around North America that enter California annually, whether it's once a year or regularly. What, you're not going to test, put those drivers to the same standard? I mean, so, you're hearing a lot of speaking out both sides of their mouth on this issue, because the next shoe that I think is going to drop is California is going to, and this is where Newsom will finally probably start to put his tail between his legs, is the next step. They've lost $40 million in federal MIXAP money right now, Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program money. The next step is yanking federal highway funds that they get. That's $6 billion a year, and they're going to start out at about $160 million. And as long as they stay out of compliance, keep ramping it up.
Thanks for being here, Joe.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.